Dawn came in slowly, as if the sky were unsure it wanted to arrive. The horizon was a thin, colorless line, neither night nor day, and the ocean below it lay flat and metallic. A single sheet of steel stretched over something bottomless. Behind the ship, the harbor lights shrank with every minute, slipping from clusters of yellow to a few weak sparks, and then to nothing at all. The research vessel Infinity Dawn moved through the swell with the tired grace of something that had done this many times before. Fresh paint on her white hull could not hide every streak of rust. On deck, cranes stood folded in, their arms drawn close like sleeping limbs. Cables lay in careful coils. The planks were still damp from the night crew's hosing, dark wood catching the first light whenever the ship rolled. Lena Tran stood at the starboard rail, jacket zipped to her throat, gloved hands buried in her pockets. From below, she would have looked like any other scientist on their first morning out, watching the coastline fall away. Her ID badge tapped lightly against her chest, in time with the movement of the ship. In her right pocket, folded into a neat, worn square, was an old boarding pass. The paper was thin and glossy. The ink faded toward gray, but the flight number and date were still legible. She could have recited them without looking. Her fingers knew every crease. She did not take it out. It was enough to feel the small weight against her hip, a private anchor tied to a flight that had lifted off on another morning and never touched ground again. Infinity Dawn hummed around her. Beneath her boots, the slow vibration of the engines rose through the deck, a low, constant note that blurred into the background if she stopped listening. The ocean made its own patient sounds, the soft slap of waves against the hull, water parting and folding. Somewhere aft, a container strap tightened with a dull thud, followed by the faint clink of a chain settling. A loose cable near the forward crane creaked when the bow dipped, metal rubbing metal in a thin, complaining sigh. "Calm start," a voice said behind her. Lena turned. Captain Hayes stood a few paces away, shoulders squared against the wind, one hand wrapped around a stainless steel mug. Steam rose and vanished between them. "It is," she said. "For now," he replied. His eyes stayed on the narrowing strip of land. Briefing in 10. Best to hear the story when there is only water under you. He moved off without waiting for an answer. He did not ask why she was out there alone. She did not offer the boarding pass as explanation. The briefing room was a low-ceiling space off the main deck, lit by strips of fluorescent light. A projection screen had been bolted to the bulkhead. It rattled softly whenever a wave hit. Folding chairs sat in uneven rows, holding crew in blue coveralls and bright vests, analysts in fleece and hoodies. The air smelled of diesel, salt, and instant coffee. On the screen, a map of the Indian Ocean glowed in washed-out colors. Old search zones were marked in faded red arcs that curled over the water like scars. Over them, thin white rectangles showed the new areas they were here to sweep. Against the size of the ocean, each one looked disturbingly small. "This is a return mission," the company representative at the front said. His voice was level, practiced. 11 years ago, a commercial airliner disappeared somewhere along this curve. He traced one of the red arcs with a laser pointer. The dot trembled with the ship's movement. 239 people on board. Not a single body recovered. You have all read the reports. You know where the official story stops. The room was quiet. Some eyes stayed fixed on the map. Others drifted down to boots, to coffee cups. No names appeared on the slide, but the absence of them pressed in around the chairs. The world has mostly moved on, he went on. The families have not. Our job is simple to say and hard to do. We are going over old ground with better tools and better data. We are going to look again. He clicked to the next slide. New text appeared, large and plain. No find, no fee. If we find the wreck, he said, the company receives $70 million. If we do not, we receive nothing. We pay for this ship, this fuel, this time. You have all seen those terms. A thin, humorless breath of laughter moved through the back row and vanished into the hum of ventilation. Somewhere behind the bulkhead, a pump started up, adding its soft, continuous note to the ship's layered sound. Air moved through the vents in slow, even sighs. Lena watched the words on the screen and felt the outline of the folded paper against her palm. On the slide, the math was clean. Wreck equals money. No wreck equals loss. In her pocket, the numbers were different. 239 people, one of them family, reduced to rectangles drawn over blue. Outside the steel walls, the ocean was invisible from the briefing room, present only as rhythm. The distant slap of water on hull, the occasional low boom when a wave met some hollow stretch of metal. It was easy to pretend it was just another machine noise. It was also easy to imagine it as a patient heartbeat beneath them. The sea, the man finished, will not hurry for us. We will not hurry for it. Questions go through your team leads. We begin active survey at the first grid. Chairs scraped. People stood, their quiet conversations blending with the engines into a single, low murmur. Lena stayed seated a moment longer, watching the thin white rectangles on the map. From where she sat, they looked like doors drawn in chalk. When she stepped back into the corridor, the interior sounds of the Infinity Dawn closed in. The metallic ring of footsteps on a ladder, the dull clank of a door latching, the faint squeak of rubber soles on painted steel. Under it all, the engines kept their slow, steady pulse, pulling them away from land and toward a place on the map where 11 years ago, every ordinary sound had stopped. It was still a peaceful morning. The lights were steady. No alarms sounded. Yet as Lena walked back toward the open deck, the folded boarding pass shifted with each step, tapping once against her side, a small, stubborn heartbeat that refused to let the calm feel complete. The operations room sat low in the ship, a metal nerve center with no windows and too many screens. Soft fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, their light flat and pale, painting every surface in a dull, hospital white. The glow from the monitors made it worse or better, depending on how long you had been at sea. Green coastlines and blue ocean grids reflected in tired eyes, shifting whenever the vessel rolled. The soundscape was gentle, almost soothing. A bank of cooling fans whirred steadily inside the main rack, a layer of white noise that filled any silence left by the people. The air conditioning breathed through narrow vents with a cool, faint hiss. Somewhere near the door, a small desktop printer rattled its way through a stack of updated manifests, each sheet departing with a dry plastic sigh. Low electronic beeps marked button presses and completed commands. More polite chimes than alarms, Captain Hayes stood behind one of the central chairs, mug in hand, gaze fixed on the largest screen at the front. Without the cap and the salt-stiff jacket, he could almost have passed for one of the older analysts. But there was something about the way he braced his boots against the floor, with each swell that gave him away. Years of riding bigger storms than this had carved permanent lines at the corners of his eyes. He did not bother looking at every detail on the map. He had already memorized the shapes that mattered. On the left side of the main console sat Nur Rahman, headphones slung loose around his neck, dark hair pulled back from his forehead. Fingers danced over the keyboard with the kind of speed that came from long practice and mild impatience. Noor's eyes were bright, moving from line to line of data with a focus that almost glittered. There was tiredness there too, a permanent shadowed look that came from too many late nights debugging in too many ports. But the map in front of him seemed to wash some of it away. Malik leaned against a cabinet near the rear bulkhead, one ankle hooked over the other, arms folded across his chest. He wore a faded t-shirt under his open coveralls, the shirt logo cracked and half peeled, some forgotten band or old movie. There was a quick, restless energy about him, the way his foot tapped on the deck, and his eyes kept drifting toward the corner where the ROV controls waited for their turn. His jokes, when they came, were usually quiet and dry, tossed out like life rings to see who would catch them. For the moment, he kept them to himself. Lena took her place at the console beside Noor, sliding into a chair still warm from whoever had been there on the last shift. The seat creaked softly under her. She could feel, more than hear, the distant thud of waves hitting the hull, that deep, slow punctuation under all the human-made noise. "All right," Noor said, without raising his voice. "Let us start with what everyone already knows, and nobody trusts." He tapped a key, and the central screen changed. The blue of the Indian Ocean spread out, a vast, indifferent field. Over it, 7 faint arcs appeared, thin white curves that all shared the same rough center far out at sea, like circles drawn by a trembling compass. "The 7 handshakes," Noor said. Every hour, after the flight disappeared from radar, the satellite sent a little "Are you there?" message. The plane answered without any real content, just a pingback. Enough to say, "Still here." He moved the cursor along the first arc. It brightened, thickening to a pale band. "We know where the satellite was," he continued. "We know how long the signal took to go and come back. From that, we know the distance between them at each handshake. One distance equals a ring. Somewhere on that ring, the plane was still flying." The arcs glowed softly on the blue. As Noor clicked through them, they layered like overlapping ribs. Malik whistled under his breath. "Not much of a where," Malik muttered. "That is half an ocean of maybe. Half an ocean of not here and not there is better than nothing," Hayes said quietly. The captain's eyes followed the arcs without emotion, but his hand tightened slightly on the back of the chair. The amount of water represented on that screen was the kind you could drown whole histories in. Noor flipped to another overlay. Old search zones appeared in red, solid blocks and striped boxes, each hugging certain segments of the arcs. "These are the first passes," he said. "Surface searches, then towed sonar. Years of time, millions in ships and fuel. All of that wrapped around these rings." As he zoomed in, thin white rectangles appeared, finer and more precise, cutting through blank areas where no previous scans had gone deep enough. "These are ours," Noor said. "New priority grids. Narrower, based on better assumptions about fuel burn, probable speeds, and..." He hesitated, then clicked again. Another layer appeared. "And this." The new overlay was subtle. At first it looked like static, a dusting of faint gray marks scattered across the ocean. Noor increased the contrast. The marks resolved into tiny line segments, connecting pairs of points, like thin threads stretched between invisible pins. "This is the fun part," he said. Weak signal propagation reporter, WSPR. Amateur radio people listening to themselves talk to each other across the world. Malik raised an eyebrow. "You brought us out here on ham radio gossip?" "Not gossip." Noor smiled without humor. The pattern of the whisper, he switched to a simplified diagram. 2 small dots representing radio stations. A curved line between them arcing along the Earth's surface. "Every couple of minutes," he said, "one station sends a tiny test signal to another. Just enough power to get there. The system logs, time, frequency, signal strength, all of it goes into a global database. Nobody planned to track planes with it. They wanted to study how the ionosphere behaves." On the diagram, a dark silhouette of a plane slid through the arc between the 2 stations. The line bent slightly around it. "But if a big metal object crosses the path," Noor continued, "the signal changes. It bends, it distorts, it dips. Normally, that is noise. Annoying to people who only care about the sky. For us, it is a ghost radar, a way to see something that did not want to be seen." His fingers tapped out a command. On the map, some of the faint gray line segments brightened. A path began to emerge, a thin, ragged trail crossing arcs and slipping between old red boxes. It was not a straight line. It curved and angled like a hesitant hand drawn over a rough surface. "We cross-reference the handshakes and the radio anomalies," Noor said, "and we get not only rings of maybe, but a sense of direction along those rings. We watch where the whispers stumble and recover. The track is not perfect. This is not a miracle. It is another layer." Lena watched the ghost path appear, stomach tight. The scientific part of her cataloged each step: distance, delay, Doppler shift, probability ranges. The other part of her listened, uninvited, to her uncle's last voicemail in the back of her mind. Static, first. A hollow echo in the airport terminal. His voice apologizing for missing Lunar New Year that year, promising to make it up with souvenirs. A boarding call cutting him off mid-sentence. He had laughed, told her mother in the background that he had to run, that he would call again when he landed. The voicemail ended in a beep that had always sounded to Lena a little too much like a door closing. Around her now, the operations room continued its quiet work. Keys clicked with a soft, rapid patter. The printer at the back coughed out another sheet and paused, motor whining as it cooled. Somewhere deep in the ship, metal answered metal with a long, low groan as Infinity Dawn adjusted to a new swell. It was not a dramatic sound, nothing like the cinematic creak of a ship about to split. It was a tired, familiar complaint, the kind a structure makes when it has learned the language of the sea and knows there is no point shouting. "As far as headquarters is concerned," Hayes said, drawing Lena's attention back to the present, "this is a numbers exercise. We stack probabilities. We show our work. We make the case for each grid. They only see lines and percentages." He nodded at the overlapping arcs and boxes. "For us," he added, voice softer, "these are still people. We do not say that in the contract, but we remember it in here." His knuckles tapped lightly against his chest. The sound was small, almost lost under the hum of the fans. Noor glanced at Lena, then back at the screen. "We are not chasing ghosts," he said. "We are chasing physics. If something as big as a plane moved through these paths, it left fingerprints. That is all WSPR is. Fingerprints in the static." Malik finally let out a quiet snort. And you are going to read them like a crime scene? If that is what it takes, Noor said. Lena let the conversation wash over her, half anchored in the precise language, half drifting somewhere else. The arcs on the screen were clean, abstract, almost artistic. There was no screaming there, no fear, no smoke, just geometry and possibility. Underneath, the wordless part of her knew that each arc marked an hour of air and lungs, an hour of waiting or denial or acceptance for everyone strapped into those seats. Every white rectangle was a patch of seafloor where that hour might have ended. The operations room felt safe. There were walls, solid and close. The lights were steady. The machines responded when touched. The sea could only reach them as a muted groan through steel. It was easy, in that controlled glow, to believe in rational searches and patient grids, in the idea that enough data could turn the unknown into a solvable puzzle. Outside, the Indian Ocean stretched huge and indifferent in all directions, its surface hiding whatever lay on its floor. In here, the people on Infinity Dawn arranged circles and lines over that blankness, as if they were drawing nets tight enough to catch a ghost. Night did not fall so much as thicken around the ship. The last smear of color bled out of the horizon until the sea and the sky were the same featureless black, broken only by the ship's running lights and a thin scattering of distant stars. Infinity Dawn moved through it with a slow, steady sway, her bow lifting and settling, as if rocking herself to sleep. In Lena's cabin, the world shrank down to metal and dim light. The space was barely wider than the narrow bunk bolted to the wall. A small shelf held a folded sweater, a book she had not yet opened, and the ship-issued bottle of water that always tasted faintly of its plastic. The reading lamp above the bunk cast a small yellow circle, not quite warm, not quite cold, its cone of light ending in a hard edge that made the corners of the cabin look deeper than they were. The ventilation whined softly above her head, a thin, constant note like a faraway kettle just before it boils. Air slid through the grating in a gentle, dry breath. In the wall beside her pillow, something ticked at irregular intervals. Expansion, contraction, the tiny shifts of pipes as hot and cold water threaded through them. Each click was sharp but harmless, the sound of a machine doing what it was supposed to do. Lena lay on her back and watched the shadow of the lamp fitting tremble on the ceiling every time the ship rolled. Sleep did not come. Too much coffee, she thought. Too much time spent looking at maps and circles, imagining the plane's last hours like a film she would never fully see. She turned onto her side, then onto her stomach, then back again. The mattress was thin, the blanket scratchy but clean, the folded boarding pass pressed against her through the fabric of her pocket, a small, stiff reminder that this was not just another contract, not just another grid to search and forget. After half an hour of failing to lose consciousness, she swung her legs over the side of the bunk. The metal floor was cold through her socks. The ship's motion made her sway automatically with it, body adjusting before her mind thought to. She grabbed her fleece from the foot of the bed, shrugged it on, and stepped into the corridor. The passageway outside was narrow and empty, lit by a line of recessed lights that hummed faintly in their housings. Somewhere down the corridor, a door latch rattled as the hull shifted. The air cooler here, tinged with the smell of oil and something metallic. The deeper night sounds of the vessel pressed in, the distant and constant thrum of engines, a heavier creak from the bow when they dipped into a larger swell. the soft slosh of water in a ballast tank far below. She made her way to the acoustic lab by habit more than decision. The lab door slid open with a gentle hiss when she pushed the handle, revealing a room lit mostly by screens. Rows of monitors showed graphs crawling slowly from left to right, line after line of rolling data. A faint bluish glow painted the walls and the equipment in soft gradients. On the main console, a pair of headphones lay coiled beside a keyboard. Speakers mounted up near the ceiling emitted a low, nearly subliminal hiss. The sound of the sea transformed into numbers and back into sound again. The constant shiver of noise from test pings and environmental monitoring. Lena settled into the chair, feeling it scoot slightly on its rubber feet. Alone in the lab, she felt the ship more sharply. A low groan through the bulkhead as a wave ran under them, a faint tremor in the floor when a pump kicked on. The lights from the hallway cut off as the door closed, leaving only the pulsing LEDs and the pale rectangles of the screens. She pulled the headphones toward her and slipped them on. The world narrowed further. The background hiss came into focus, a soft, steady blanket of sound. She navigated through the calibration software, fingers moving almost automatically now, queuing up a basic test sequence. "Just pings," she murmured, more to herself than anything else. "Simple, clean, in, out, back. That's all." On the screen, the command line accepted her input. Outside, somewhere beneath the hull, one of the transducers woke up and spoke into the water. Through the headphones, she heard it. A clear, precise ping, a small, bright note. A heartbeat later came its echo, softened and stretched by distance, returning from the seafloor as a smeared reflection of itself. Ping, echo, a pause, ping, echo. She watched the waveform scroll, neat spikes repeated at regular intervals. The software overlaid the expected response in a fainter line. The returning echoes fitted almost perfectly. Clean water, clean bottom, nothing yet beneath them but mud and geology. She let the sequence run, listening with half-closed eyes. The repetition was hypnotic. Ping, then the returning bloom of sound. Ping, then the delayed answer. The kind of rhythm that could lull a mind toward sleep. Then, between one ping and its echo, she heard something else. It was small, softer than a breath. A tap, barely there, arriving in the tiny space between the outbound and inbound sound. Not on every cycle, just on one. Ping, tap, echo. The tap was duller than the artificial ping, lower in pitch, more like a knuckle against a tabletop heard through a wall. It was wrong enough to catch the ear, but faint enough to be doubted at once. Lena frowned and rewound the last few seconds of data. The waveform rolled back under her cursor. She zoomed in, stretching the line across the screen until each second took up the whole width. There, between the tight spike of the ping and the rounded hump of the echo, was a tiny disturbance. A speck. Almost nothing. If she had not been looking for it, she might have let it pass as a glitch. She played it again. Ping, tap, echo. Goosebumps prickled along her forearms, rising under the fleece. The rational part of her mind reached for explanations. A momentary hiccup in the digital to analog converter, a stray mechanical noise onboard bleeding into the channel, a piece of random interference from somewhere in the ship's own chassis. She checked the input routing. Everything showed as it should. The channel labeled C was the only one active. Her shoulders tightened. The sense of being alone in the lab shifted, skewed. The empty chairs at other workstations felt suddenly less like furniture and more like places something could sit unseen. The back of her neck prickled, as if someone stood behind her, just outside the edge of her peripheral vision. She turned her head sharply. The room was as it had been. Screens, racks of equipment, the door closed. No one in the glass reflection, but her own slightly distorted figure and the small lights blinking behind. When she faced the console again, the waveform still sat there, that tiny anomaly like a speck of dust on an otherwise clean window. She marked the time code out of habit and saved the calibration run into a folder for later diagnostics. Noise, she told herself, closing the file. It is just noise. The ship rocked, a gentle sideways sway. The chair rolled a fraction of an inch. Somewhere under the deck, something metal shifted with a deep, slow clang that she could feel more than hear. Back in her cabin, she left the lamp on for a while, sitting on the bunk with her knees pulled up, listening. The ventilation sang its thin, unchanging note. The pipes in the wall ticked irregularly. The ship's engines hummed through the floor. Familiar sounds. Safe enough. She lay down at last, exhausted more in the mind than the body, and reached up to turn off the light. The cabin fell into a thick, close darkness. Only a thin bar of dimmer light seeped under the door from the corridor, a gray line that swayed slightly every time the ship moved. As she hovered on the edge of sleep, it came. A knock. Deep. Slow. Not sharp, like someone at a door, but heavy, resonant, as if a giant hand had struck the hull with its palm. The first thump rolled up from somewhere near her feet, a dull impact that vibrated through the metal frame of the bunk and into her bones. The mattress quivered under her. A long breath of silence followed. Then a second knock came, closer, somewhere behind the wall by her shoulder. The pipes rattled in sympathy, producing a quick metallic ring that hung in the air for a heartbeat and then faded. The third knock seemed to come from above, near the ceiling, as if something massive had passed under the ship and was now rising, brushing along its side. The entire cabin shivered, a slight tremor that made the lamp fitting tremble on its bracket with a soft, high buzz. Lena held her breath, eyes wide in the dark. The rational explanations tumbled over one another in her head. Thermal expansion, steel cooling after a day in the sun, the hull flexing as they moved over a subtle change in the swell, the ocean testing its weight against human structures the way it always did. The silence that followed felt thick, like a held note. The ventilation whine sounded higher now, too thin. Her own heartbeat was loud enough to measure seconds with. "It is just a ship," she whispered to herself, voice barely audible. "Just metal, just the night." No more knocks came. The ticks resumed in the pipes, indifferent. Somewhere outside, spray slapped the hull and slid away again. She turned the lamp back on for a moment, just to prove to herself that the room was the same. Narrow bunk, shelf, bottle, sweater. No shadows deeper than they should be. No movement except the gentle swing of a loose jacket on its hook. When she did finally switch the light off for good, the dark seemed to fold in a little softer. Yet a new sense clung to the edges of it, a quiet impression that the Infinity Dawn, moving over her grid lines and calculations, was no longer just another anonymous ship. Something below, miles of water, down or just under the skin of the sea, had felt the thud of her pings and answered with its own heavier hand. Morning brought light back to the operations room. though it never truly felt like day down there. Noor sipped at bad coffee, scrolling through the previous night's logs, while Lena leaned on the console beside him, trying not to yawn. "Your calibration run," he said, calling up her file. "Let me just strip the noise so we can build a cleaner baseline." He ran a filter, fingers moving quickly, isolating the test sequence from background hiss. On the speakers, the pings grew sharper, the echoes clearer. He dialed up the gain on the faintest parts of the waveform, stretching all the small anomalies for inspection. Ping, echo, ping, echo. Something else, elongated and blurred, emerged underneath, a low smear of sound that had been invisible before. Noor frowned, leaned closer, and played it again, slowing the segment. The noise thickened, took on a shape. It was not mechanical, not entirely. In it was a cadence, a rise and fall that did not belong to steel or stone. A syllable repeated, warped by distance and data, but undeniably human in its pattern. "Do you hear that?" Noor asked. Lena felt her skin tighten. He slowed it further. A distorted voice, dragged out as if through heavy water, murmured on the edge of the pings, stretched and faint, almost swallowed by the ocean of static. One word repeated, over and over, trying to climb its way up from the deep. May-day, May-day, May-day. By late morning, the data lab had settled into its own kind of weather. The space was windowless, but you could tell what the sea was doing by the way the sounds behaved. Today, the swells were moderate. The floor gave a slow, rolling feedback underfoot. The fans in the equipment racks hummed without strain. Conversation stayed at a low murmur, comfortably glued together by the constant thrum of the engines. Soft fan noises filled the room like a padded wall of sound. Air moved through vents in an unseen ceiling, steady and dry. Keyboards clicked in overlapping rhythms, punctuated now and then by the muffled thud of someone closing a drawer, or the tiny chirp of a notification on a laptop that no one immediately answered. It felt less like a ship in the middle of nowhere and more like a cramped office that happened to be gently swaying. Noor had claimed the workstation nearest the main data server, an island of cables and monitors in the middle of the lab. Lena slid into the chair beside him, coffee cooling in her hands, eyes still smudged from too little sleep. "Ready to meet the other ghosts?" Noor asked, without looking away from his screen. "I thought that was last night," she said, "with the Mayday." He grimaced, acknowledging the memory with a brief flick of his eyes, then nodded toward the monitor. "Those were ours. Our sound. Our ping. This is the world's accidental eavesdropping." He pulled up a program with a simple interface, a map projection, a list of station IDs, a timeline slider at the bottom. At first glance, it was just another piece of software in a ship full of them. The labels, though, were less familiar. Call signs instead of airport codes. Frequencies instead of altitudes. "Global Weak Signal Database," Noor said, tapping a heading. "Hobbyists with small antennas and too much patience. They send whispers to each other every couple of minutes. Barely enough power to cross a continent, but the system logs everything. Timestamps, frequencies, GPS coordinates of the stations, signal-to-noise ratios. Years of it." He clicked on a pair of stations. 2 dots appeared on the map. One on a western coastline, one on a distant island. He zoomed out until both sat on the curve of the Earth, then drew a pale line between them. "Here," he said. "Station A, Station B. They talk every 2 minutes like an old couple, checking if the sky is still there." And we are spying on them? Lena asked. In a way. We are watching what happens to the Whispers as they cross the planet. He tapped again. If nothing gets in the way, the signal arrives with a certain strength, a certain timing, a certain frequency shift based on the ionosphere and the Earth's rotation. The software expects that. It has models. He loaded a segment of data. A graph appeared, jagged but orderly, each spike representing one of those 2-minute exchanges. Overlaid on it was a faint, smoother line. This is what should happen, he said, pointing at the smooth line. This is what did happen. His finger slid to the jagged spikes. And if something big passes through? Lena asked. He smiled faintly. Then the whisper stumbles. He adjusted the timeline scroll bar, the dates and times flicking by as if someone were fast-forwarding through thousands of nights. We are going back, he said quietly, to the night. 11 years ago. Same region. Same stations. We see what they heard without knowing it mattered. The cursor slowed as he approached the window of time that mattered. The date snapped into place. The seconds and minutes began to tick forward. 0, 11, 13, 15. The sky outside the ship was bright and empty. On the screen, a different sky, long gone, existed only as columns of numbers. The narrator in Lena's head, the one she used when explaining things to non-technical friends, supplied an image, rolling back the sky like a sheet, not to see stars or clouds, but to see values shifting, waveforms rising and falling, silent storms of charged particles rippling through invisible layers. There, Noor said. He highlighted one of the spikes on the graph. It dipped just below the smooth reference line, barely noticeable unless you knew to look. Next to it, a numerical column showed the signal-to-noise ratio, deviating from the average by a sliver. That's not much, Lena said. It is something, Noor replied. He opened a second window, showing another metric. Here, the timing. The signal is later than it should be. Just a fraction of a second, but more than the model predicts, given the ionospheric conditions logged that night. The ionosphere does not change this sharply without a reason. He overlaid the frequency data. A tiny wobble in the pitch of the tone appeared, a curve that should have been smoother. And the frequency is shifted, he added, like a siren changing pitch as it drives past you. Doppler effect. Something moved relative to the path of the signal, fast enough and big enough to matter. Not a bird, not a small boat, something with a lot of metal. A plane, Lena said softly. A plane or something like it, Noor said, careful, but his eyes agreed with her. He queued up more intervals, moving forward minute by minute. Most of the spikes behaved. Now and then, though, one dipped slightly, lagged by a breath, shivered in frequency. Each time, he tagged it, the screen collecting markers like tiny scars. Computer models give us probabilities, he said. We still have to decide which bruises on the data are random and which are fingerprints. He clicked a button, converting one raw signal into an audio rendering. The speakers on the desk whispered to life. Lena leaned closer, more out of instinct than necessity. The volume was low. The sound was a bed of static, softer than the ocean, but with a similar restlessness. Noor shaped it through filters, the background thinning until only the pattern remained. Tiny pulses, subtle fluctuations. It was not music or speech or anything the human ear had evolved to understand. Yet in between the shifts, something like a very distant crack popped once, then again. It was not the bright ping of their own sonar. It was duller, like a knock heard 3 rooms away with your ear to the wall. Lena exhaled carefully. You hear that? There is a lot of noise, Noor said, almost as if to reassure himself. We have to be careful. If you stare at random numbers long enough, they start to look like faces. He closed the audio window and went back to the map. For each anomaly he had tagged, a faint icon appeared on the globe between the 2 stations, not at a specific point, but along the arc where the signal traveled. It was like charting interference in a fiber optic cable that happened to be made of sky. We do this for all the pairs that cross our region during that night, he explained. Different stations, different paths. Every time the whisper stumbles, we mark it. Then we line the stumbles up in time. He began plotting them, clicking and dragging. Each anomaly gained a timestamp and a rough segment of possible position. When he transferred them to the larger map of the Indian Ocean, they appeared as short, faint strokes, some almost parallel, some intersecting, scattered like pieces of pale thread dropped over the blue. Individually, they do not tell you much, he said. Together. He pressed another key. The software drew a best-fit curve through the mass of faint strokes. Weighted by timing and signal strength, slowly, a line emerged, thin, hesitant at first, then more continuous as more points joined it. It started near the region where the plane had last been on conventional radar. It slipped southward, curving slightly, weaving between known air corridors as if avoiding them. The line did not blaze bright like a highway on a map. It looked more like something traced by a pencil that was running out of lead, a fragile mark you could erase with the slightest wrong move. Lena watched it grow, elbows on the desk, chin on her fist. There was a beauty to it, in a cold way, human minds reaching into old noise and teasing out the shadow of a path no one had seen in real time. The scientist in her leaned forward, counting the assumptions, the variables, the possible errors, and still feeling the pull of the pattern. In the back of her mind, though, something crawled. Each small anomaly represented a moment when the sky over the ocean had rippled in response to a metal shape cutting through it. No one had noticed at the time. Ham radio enthusiasts had logged the numbers, shrugged at the oddities, and gone back to their hobby. The plane had traced its invisible wound through the fabric of those signals without anyone realizing that the wound mattered. Curious? Noor asked, glancing sideways at her. Uneasy, Lena said, but in a curious way. He gave a short, quiet laugh. That is probably the correct setting. On the speakers, a faint static still hissed, audible even with the volume low, filling the spaces between their words. In it, if she listened too hard, Lena could almost convince herself there were other sounds buried deep down. Distant knocks, a stretched syllable gasping for a channel it would never get. On the map, the phantom track continued to extend southward, a ghost on a blue field, drawn not by eyes, but by all the ways the world had flinched when something heavy and desperate passed through it. Layering the phantom track over the handshakes felt, at first, like stacking transparencies on an old projector. Noor pulled up the main ocean map again, the 7 pale arcs blooming outward from the satellite's fixed point in space. They arched across the blue, like the ribs of a fan, each one marking where the plane might have been at a particular hour. On top of that, he overlaid the faint line they had coaxed from the weak signal anomalies. It hovered by itself for a moment, hovering like a scribble with no context. Now, he murmured, let us see how rude it is to the official models. He aligned the clock. The software tied the timestamps of the radio stumbles to the moments of each handshake. The ghost line shifted, stretching slightly, then settled, each segment threading itself between two neighboring arcs. On the screen, the plane's potential positions and the phantom track began to talk to each other. The result was not straight. It did not march dutifully down the center of any arc. Instead, the line bent, in small but stubborn ways. From the last known radar point, it drifted southward, but not cleanly. It curved east, then dipped back west, a subtle S flowing over the grid. When Noor added the overlay of known commercial routes, thin, straight lines in a lighter color, the effect became clearer. The phantom path did not follow those routes. It slid between them. Lanes of regular flight paths appeared like faint highways in the sky, lines where planes should have been, where transponders squawked their identities and air traffic controllers watched them crawl from one fix to another. The line Noor had drawn from the weak signal disturbances moved in the gaps, threading the spaces between lanes, veering away when it came too close to where other aircraft should have been. "That is not random drift," Noor said. He leaned back, crossing his arms. "That is intent." Worry? Lena felt it in her body first, before she articulated it. A tightness across her chest, the same creeping pressure she sometimes felt in turbulence when the plane dropped half a meter and the air in her lungs seemed to rise. The track on the screen was only a summary of options and probabilities, but it looked like a choice. Over and over, the line curved away from where other eyes might have seen it. "We are assuming," she said slowly, "that the routes were active that night, that there were flights in those lanes at those hours." "There were," Noor replied. He tapped a key and another layer appeared, this one small icons representing other aircraft, reconstructed from archival air traffic data. "We have their tracks. Normal traffic. Transponders on. Talking to controllers. All doing what they were supposed to do." The phantom line slid through the spaces between them like a fish moving through a net without touching the ropes. From behind them, Captain Hayes made a low sound. Not quite a scoff, not quite agreement. He had joined them quietly, drawn by the change in the tone of their voices. His coffee mug hung forgotten in one hand. "You are saying," he said, "that whoever was at the controls might have been actively sneaking, not just lost or out of contact, choosing to stay invisible." Noor did not answer immediately. The map answered for him. "We are saying this route makes more sense if you assume they did not want to be seen," he said at last. "The straight south models are simple. This is messier, but the sky is messy when you use it like cover." They watched the line progress along the arcs. Hour by hour, it kept to the empty regions, the blind spots. Then, nearing the end, something changed. The line began to curve in a tighter fashion, doubling back on itself slightly. Noor zoomed in, reducing the view so that only the southern extremity of their region filled the screen. "Here," he said quietly. The phantom track stopped simply heading south. It looped, once in a wide, unsure arc, then again, tighter, intersecting its previous course. When viewed from above, the path made a rough, skewed figure 8 over a patch of deep ocean that had no shipping lanes, no islands, no recorded structures. Just water and the dark floor beneath. The sea depth scale at the side of the map told its own story. Thousands of meters straight down. A place where sunlight never reached, where pressure turned human bodies into stories instead of remains. Lena's breathing shortened. It was not the elegant, smooth pattern of a holding pattern near an airport, where planes gently circle while waiting for permission to land. This was cramped and awkward, drawn in a place where no one was supposed to loiter at all. The thought that crept in, unwanted, unscientific, was that someone up there had been looking down at a featureless black nothing and turning circles anyway. Search pattern? Malik suggested from the doorway, arms folded as he watched. Or waiting for something? Or deciding, Hayes said. The captain stepped closer to the screen. Up close, the figure 8 looked even more wrong. If the path had simply extended the existing trend, if the line had continued in a simple glide until the fuel ran out, it would have fit every neat diagram from every public report. Instead, this was something else. A hesitation, a pause in which movement still happened. "You want to move the search box to cover this?" Hayes said, eyes still on the looping track. "We want to refine it," Noor replied. "Overlay bathymetry, currents, satellite drift. But yes, ignoring this would be unwise." "The contract grid is already agreed," Hayes reminded him. "Every change we make needs a reason that a man in an office can understand. He does not care about ghost whispers and amateur radio. He cares about explaining costs. Then we give him a story he can tell," Noor said. "Layered data, multiple independent lines of evidence converging here." Hayes was silent for a long moment. Somewhere far below them, one of the autonomous vehicles sent out a ping and waited for its echo. The sound, processed and softened by distance and bulkheads, came through the floor as a faint, slow thud, like a heartbeat padded by blankets. "Work your refinements," Hayes said finally. "Show me ranges. Worst case, best case. I will fight for the boxes if they are worth the fight. But I need more than a gut feeling that this looks like intent." He left them to it, footsteps receding down the corridor with a hollow metallic ring. Later, when the lab had emptied for a meal break and the hum of conversation had moved to the mess hall, Noor and Lena stayed behind. The map still glowed. The figure 8 looped over an anonymous patch of blue, the weight of meaning pressing on both of them in ways they were not eager to name. "You know there was a rumor," Noor said at last, eyes still on the screen. "About what?" Lena asked. "About the captain." Noor's fingers tapped idly on the edge of the keyboard, not entering anything. "Of the missing flight." Rumors had circulated for years, Lena knew, each one sprouting from a scrap of fact or a misinterpreted line in some report. She braced herself without meaning to. "They pulled his home computer after the disappearance," Noor went on. "Standard procedure. They found flight simulator software. He liked to practice routes. Normal enough. Pilots do that." He paused. The ship shivered underneath them. As a swell passed, the monitors in their brackets trembling just slightly. From somewhere deep in the hull, the low return of the AUV's sonar ping rolled up again, soft but distinct. Thump. A pause. Thump. A slow, patient heartbeat under the machinery. "Someone leaked that there was an old corrupted file," Noor said. "A saved route that did not match any commercial flight. It started near his real departure point, then went out over the ocean for hours. No return, no destination. Just a long arc into nothing, and then a spiral." Lena swallowed. Her tongue felt dry. "A spiral like this?" "We do not know," Noor said quickly. "The file was incomplete. Some said the path dipped south like our phantom line. Some said it was coincidence. Others said it was a man working through scenarios, practicing what it would feel like to vanish. Did the investigators confirm it? She asked. They confirmed they had his hard drive, Noor said, mouth twisting. And they confirmed he used the simulator. Everything beyond that became fog. Officially, it meant nothing. You cannot court-martial a ghost or prove a thought crime. On the screen, the phantom track sat, the figure 8 glowing faintly. The idea settled between them like another layer of data. A man alone in a room years ago, fingers moving over a home joystick, watching a simulated plane trace a strange path over a virtual version of the same empty ocean, drawing lines no one else would ever see unless something went very, very wrong. Below their feet, the sonar ping came again, followed by its echo. The ship took it in and gave nothing back but a slight shudder and the soft rustle of paper shifting on a nearby desk. The ocean outside remained invisible, but for a moment, Lena felt it as a presence, pressing up against the hull, listening to their machines trace the path of something that had fallen into it long ago. It was hard, in that quiet, not to imagine that somewhere down there, in the cold black weight, the final version of that path had been drawn in metal and fuel and human breath. And now, through radio scraps and curved circles and shambling data, it was trying, in its own clumsy way, to draw itself again. Night in the ops room was different from night in the cabins. There were no lamps here, no soft yellow bulbs pretending to be warm. The only light came from the monitors, slabs of blue and green and white hanging in the dark, pulsing softly whenever a cursor moved or a line refreshed. Everything else was shadow and the faint suggestion of metal. The overhead fixtures were on their lowest setting, a distant, anemic glow that barely touched the ceiling. In that half-light, the cables snaking along the walls looked almost organic, like veins feeding some fluorescent organism. The ship groaned every now and then as it rode a heavier swell, a deep, low sound that seemed to rise up through the deck plates and into the soles of their shoes. Somewhere above them, near the mast, a loose something, maybe a cable, maybe a piece of hardware, ticked in response. Clack, 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 in time with the ship's slow roll. Noor sat hunched over the main console, his face a pale oval in the glow of the screens. Lena sat slightly behind and to his right, one foot hooked around the leg of her chair, the other tapping lightly on the floor without her noticing it. The room smelled of tired coffee, warmed plastic, and the faint metallic tang of recycled air. Again, Noor said. His fingers danced on the keys, resetting the simulation. On the largest monitor, the map of the southern Indian Ocean stretched out, now familiar in its blankness. Their coastlines were gone. Only a few islands and faint, ghostly contour lines of the seafloor remained. Across this emptiness, the phantom track gleamed in its thin line, weaving down between the commercial routes and ending in its cramped, unsettling figure 8. A small icon, just a stylized plane symbol, nothing more, sat at the start of the path, near the last radar contact. When Noor hit enter, it began to move. The simulation was synced to the timeline from the night of the disappearance. Hours compressed into minutes, but still slowed enough that each maneuver could be felt. The digital plane slid through the first arc, following the ghost line as if pulled by a thread. It banked gently as the path curved. The 7 handshakes were marked along the way with soft chimes. Beep, beep, beep. Each tone quieter than a phone notification, but clear in the quiet room. Outside, unseen, the real ship hit a slightly larger swell. A dull thump reverberated through the hull. The ceiling creaked, just enough to make a hairline crack in the silence. A screw in one of the light fixtures rattled, its tiny shiver almost perfectly in time with the second handshake chime. "You hear how creepy that is," Lena said, trying for levity, not quite managing it. "Synchronicity," Noor said, eyes on the screen. "Or just physics and us getting jumpy." On the map, the icon reached the middle portion of the path, where the phantom track slid between two busy air corridors. Noor toggled on the overlay of other flights from that night. Their pale lines glowed briefly, each tagged with call signs and altitudes. The digital plane wound its way between them, following the ghost line's avoidance dance. Lena's heel tapped the floor twice in quick succession. Thunk, thunk. The sound was soft, almost inaudible, but in her head, it matched the image on the screen. A plane shifting slightly to one side, then back, threading a gap that no one knew was there until long after. "Look here," Noor said quietly as the icon neared the end of the path. "The loops." The plane symbol slowed, conforming to the narrowing circles of the figure 8. It traced the first loop, banking more sharply now, then crossed its own tail and traced the second. The map zoomed in automatically, their view filled with that one patch of deep water where the depth numbers climbed like a scream. 3,000 meters, 4,000, 5,000. The ship chose that moment to rock harder. Whether it was a swell or a change in course, Lena could not tell. Her chair rolled a fraction of an inch. The walls creaked. The loose cable up near the mast tapped against metal in a slightly faster rhythm. Clack, 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 clack. The simulation's timer, counting off the handshakes at their compressed intervals, answered with its own mechanical beep, 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 beep. Her heel, unconsciously trying to ground her, began to tap. Thunk, 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 thunk. 3 rhythms, all slightly out of sync, and yet somehow circling each other. The sea hitting the hull, hardware clicking overhead, electronics marking out remembered hours. "If you were up there," Noor murmured, more to the screen than to Lena. "Doing this in the dark, how would it feel?" "Wrong," she said. "Wrong and deliberate." The simulation reached the end of the figure 8 and stopped. The plane icon hovered in place for a heartbeat, then faded, the line beneath it glowing a shade brighter, as if to say, "Here is where our guesses end." Noor exhaled and rolled his shoulders. "The model wants this to be cleaner," he said. "It wants a straight line south. All the simple assumptions do, but the data will not let it be that neat." He brought up a small panel of parameters on the side of the screen. Assumptions about average speed, wind, fuel burn, turn performance. Numbers, all of them, sitting there like dials on an invisible console. "If you were trying to hide," he said slowly, "you would step a bit west, right?" He spoke the words as he reached for the keyboard, as if narrating his own thought process. His fingers typed a small adjustment, a modest westward bias applied to the model. On the screen, the plane icon returned to the beginning, ready to run again with the new parameters. He hit enter. For a second, nothing happened. The map flickered as it redrew, normal enough. The plane icon started to move, following the phantom track as before. The first arc, the second, the gentle S-turns between routes. The chimes counted off the handshakes. The sound of the ship and the soft clack-clack overhead kept time. Then, as it approached the final segment, the screen stuttered. It was not the usual lag of an overworked processor. The plane symbol jerked, froze in place while the rest of the display kept scrolling. The figure 8 path beneath it pulsed once, brighter, then dimmed. A thin flicker of light appeared to the west of its current position, a suggestion of a line extending where none had been programmed. The icon jumped. It moved a hair's breadth west, following that flicker, and the ghost line beneath it, supposed to be fixed, redrew itself, extending its tail beyond the original endpoint. Not by much, just enough that the figure 8 smeared slightly, its western loop bulging outward as if something were pushing from inside the map, trying to find more space. "No," Nor said. His hands lifted from the keyboard, palms open, as if to prove he was not touching anything. On the display, the new extension continued for a few pixels, then stopped. The plane icon, now momentarily beyond the carefully calculated bounds of the path, shimmered. For the barest fraction of a second, Lena thought she saw it duplicated, a ghosted second icon slightly offset from the first, then an afterimage of both at the very edge of the mapped zone, as if the plane were testing the edge of the frame. Then, with a hard snap, like a pulled rubber band, everything reset. The extra line vanished. The icon snapped back onto the original path. The figure 8 closed up again, as precise and unsettling as before. The room felt smaller. The air that had been comfortably stale now felt used up, as if they had both been holding their breath without noticing. Lena's heart beat harder in her throat. She could hear it in her own ears, a thick, uneven thud that did not match any of the machine sounds. "What did you change?" she asked. "Only the westward bias," Noor said. His voice had gone flat, forced, which should not redraw the underlying track. That is fixed from the anomalies. The track does not move itself. He pulled up the code window, lines of text and numbers scrolling in narrow columns. Nothing stood out. No new command, no external call. He checked the network status. No fresh data had been pulled. The connection to the global weak signal database was grayed out, a small note indicating scheduled maintenance in progress. The speakers, which had been softly hissing in the background with low-level static, suddenly emitted a brief rising buzz. It was the kind of sound you hear when a microphone is placed too close to a speaker, feedback building just before it howls, but it never reached the scream. It hovered on the edge of becoming a wail and then cut off sharply, leaving their ears ringing with the ghost of a tone that had not fully formed. "Did you hear?" Lena started. "Yes," Noor said. They sat there for a moment in the dim light, surrounded by steady, indifferent machines that no longer felt entirely neutral. The ship groaned again as it rode another swell. The ceiling complained. The loose screw rattled its familiar protest. Those noises were almost a relief. They belonged to steel and water and gravity. "Check the logs," Lena said quietly. "Event log, data log, anything." Noor swallowed and nodded. His fingers, just slightly unsteady now, brought up the system logs. Text flickered past, neatly time-stamped. He filtered for recent entries. One line appeared near the top, highlighted automatically as the most recent event. It was marked with the exact current time down to the second. Source: WSPR, global type, signal record status, received. Coordinate: numbers matching their current grid square. Lena felt the hairs on her arms stand up. "But the database is offline," Noor finished. He clicked on the network status again as if hoping it had magically changed in the last 10 seconds. It had not. The maintenance window still blinked in place. No incoming connections, no outbound requests approved. The system thinks, Noor said slowly. It just got a new weak signal record from the global network. It tagged it, parsed it, logged it. And the coordinate? Lena asked, though she could already see it on the screen. He highlighted the line. The numbers were precise, unambiguous. Latitude and longitude centered almost exactly on the Infinity Dawn's current position, the rectangle of their search grid, the little blinking icon that showed where they were drifting in the real ocean. The map on the main screen sat very still, as if it were watching them back. Morning arrived as a color more than a light. The sky had turned a uniform gray. A low ceiling stretched from horizon to horizon, with no clear seam where it ended and the sea began. The water itself was chopped into short, restless waves, their edges tipped with white. It was not bad weather, not by the standards of people who did this for a living, but the ship rolled more than it had the day before, and the wind carried a chill that did not seem to belong to its temperature alone. On the aft deck, Malik moved like a man who had gone through this ritual many times and still felt the need to get it right. The first AUV sat cradled in its launch frame, a long yellow cylinder with fins and sensor pods, cables curling from its spine like thick, patient snakes. Malik checked each connection with gloved hands, fingers testing the give of every clamp, the tension of every line. The hydraulic arms above them gave a quiet whine as they shifted into position, ready to lift. Third time lucky, Malik muttered to the machine. Or millionth, depends how you count. Deck crew in orange vests moved around him, their shouts snatched and shredded by the wind. The steel deck was wet, slick with spray. Chains clinked and rattled as restraining hooks were lifted. Somewhere near the stern, a metal bar banged rhythmically against a bulkhead as the ship swung. Bang. Pause. Bang. Like a bored knuckle knocking on a door. Clear, someone called. The crane took the weight with a low, rising groan. The AUV lifted from its cradle, water dripping from its hull, and swung out over the churning wake. For a moment, it hung there in the air, suspended between the gray sky and the darker gray water, looking absurdly small for what it was being asked to do. Dive alone into thousands of meters of blackness and return with a picture. Then the winch paid out more cable. The AUV dipped, its nose touching the surface, then its body. The sea accepted it with a heavy splash that sprayed the lower deck in cold droplets. The cable went taut, then slack, as the vehicle's own buoyancy and thrusters took over, drawing it downward and away from the hull. Malik watched the last glimpse of yellow vanish beneath the waves, jaw flexing. "Eyes in," he said, almost under his breath. A second AUV followed, then a third, each launch a repetition with slight variations, a slightly different angle, a pause while someone resecured a tangle of cable, a shouted instruction against the wind. The cranes complained more loudly as the day went on, their joints popping in the cold. Each time, the heavy splash marked the moment when another piece of expensive, fragile hardware left the world of air. Beneath them, there was a different world. It began shallow and familiar. Faded green light. Fish that still remembered what the sun looked like. But that layer was thin. Within a few hundred meters, the color dropped away. Sunlight, which seemed so constant and generous at the surface, simply failed to reach any farther. The water became not just dark, but but heavy with its own weight. Lena had read the numbers many times. How many atmospheres of pressure mounted with every 10 meters of depth? How metal had to be shaped and thickened to survive that crushing hand? Standing in the control room, watching depth counters tick upward as the AUVs descended, she felt a prickling awareness of the thousands of meters that would eventually sit above those small moving dots on the screen. It was not a fear of drowning exactly. It was a fear of mass, of being on the wrong side of a scale where water outweighed everything human 1,000 times over. In the control room, the light was the same artificial glow as always, but the mood was different. The main forward screen showed a blank, blue-tinted grid at first, with the AUVs marked as little icons sliding down from the ship's symbol. Each one had a depth readout, a heading, a speed. Secondary monitors began to show the first returns of seafloor bathymetry as the vehicles turned on their mapping sonar. At first, it looked like noise. Horizontal bands of gray and black flickered as the software calibrated itself to the new environment. Then the line settled, and the bottom began to appear. A curtain of vague shapes unrolled from right to left, like soft fabric draped over something unseen. Ridges rose and fell gently, then more sharply. Trenches opened like wrinkles. Scattered rocks showed as brighter spots, small interruptions in what would otherwise have been smooth sediment. The ping-ping of sonar filled the room, layered over itself. Each AUV had its own rhythm, slightly offset from the others to avoid interference. Together, they made a kind of mechanical choir, a set of slow, steady metronomes ticking away the ship's patience. Ping, ping, ping. The speakers translated high-frequency pulses no human ear could hear underwater into something audible and low, like someone drumming careful fingers on a table in the next room. Track 1 entering main survey lane, someone reported. It might have been Noor, or one of the other analysts. Lena barely registered the voices now. Her attention was on the map where the phantom track they had coaxed from old broadcasts now lay, superimposed over this live scan of the seafloor. The ghost line from the data ran diagonally across the screen, its thin arc converging on the area where the figure 8 had been. The AUV's paths were planned to cut along it in parallel sweeps, each pass slightly offset from the last, like mowing a lawn where the grass was thousands of meters deep and only visible through echoes. "Maintain along the track," Captain Hayes said from the back of the room. He did not sit. He rarely did when the machines were working, as if staying on his feet gave him some slight leverage over whatever might go wrong. "We start tight around the loops. If the plane played at the end, that is where the pieces will be." The AUV paths adjusted slightly on the screen. Small changes in heading that meant significant changes in where their sonar beams would strike the bottom. The bathymetric image flowed on and on, line by vertical line, building a relief map of a place no one would ever see with their own eyes. It was strangely hypnotic. The seafloor here was not dramatic in the way of documentaries. No jagged underwater mountains, no volcanic plumes. It was quiet. Long, gently sloping plains where mud had settled for millennia. Occasional narrow cuts where currents had carved channels. Isolated humps of rock that cast small acoustic shadows. It had the look, Lena thought, of a bed that had not been disturbed in a very, very long time. Depth at track 1, 4,300 meters, a tech reported. Track 2 at 4.5, another voice added. The numbers made Lena's skin crawl in a way the map did not. She imagined, involuntarily, stacking all the decks of the Infinity Dawn on top of each other, then dropping them down into that column of water until the ship was just a toy at the top of a pillar of cold. The AUVs were down there, tiny specks with lights and sensors, swimming through that crushing, indifferent silence. "We are good on comms," Noor said, glancing at a panel that showed signal strength bars for each vehicle. "No dropout. Ping's clean." The ping-ping of sonar continued, patient and unbothered by human unease. Each return came back as a faint echo, translated into those careful, scrolling lines. Time passed in sweeps and pixels rather than minutes and seconds. No one said it out loud, but the room held its breath in a collective way. The hope here was not loud or bright. It was a thin, taut line, a belief that if they mapped enough of this emptiness along the path drawn by ghosts, the emptiness would eventually be interrupted. A shape would appear on the seafloor that did not belong to geology, something with straight edges where nature preferred curves. Until then, they watched the soft gray drapery of the deep scroll by and listened to the ship's artificial heartbeats echo back from a world where sunlight had never been, and where, somewhere under those pings, the story they were chasing might already be lying in pieces. It started as a smudge at the very edge of the screen. "Hold up," someone said, one of the analysts at the secondary station, eyes narrowing at AUV-3's feed. "I have something." The room's soft background noise did not change, but its flavor did. Conversations thinned. Chairs squeaked as people leaned forward. The steady ping-ping of sonar continued, unbothered, as if it did not care what its echoes might reveal. On one of the monitors, the seafloor rolled past in the usual curtain of gray. Then, near the right margin, the texture shifted. The soft, draped look of sediment gave way to something harsher, a cluster of returns denser than the mud around it, a tight knot of brighter pixels. "Bring it center," Malik said, stepping up behind the operator for AUV-3. "Slow the sweep." The technician adjusted the controls. Down in the black, the AUV altered its path, thrusters murmuring as it angled slightly toward the anomaly. On the screen, the smudge moved from the margin into the center of the display. The refresh rate slowed. More energy was devoted to resolving detail, less to covering distance. The image began to harden. At first, it was only contrast, a bright patch against a softer background. Then edges emerged, a long curved line that suggested a cylinder rather than a boulder. A darker shadow beneath one side, the signature of an object raised off the bottom. "Metal," Noor said quietly, "or something like it." The sonar image built itself pixel by pixel, the way old photographs used to load over slow connections. The curve clarified, a section of what looked like fuselage arcing across the screen with a regularity that geology rarely managed. One end vanished into the sediment, as if the seafloor had reached up and taken a bite. The other end broke off in a jagged, fractured edge, with angular fragments spraying outward like frozen shrapnel. Off that broken edge, a narrower, angled shape protruded briefly before disappearing into darkness, a stump that might once have been the root of a wing. "Jesus," someone breathed. Lena felt her heart punch once against her ribs. It was too early to name it. The resolution was still rough, the outlines still a little blurred, but this was the first clear sign of something man-made down there. Something that had not been there for most of the ocean's life. "Run a higher resolution pass," Captain Hayes said from his post near the back. His voice was steady, but his mug hung forgotten again at his side. AUV-3 obliged. Its track tightened, looping back over the anomaly with a slower, more deliberate sweep. The sonar beam narrowed, focusing its energy. The returns grew sharper, the object's lines resolving into something undeniably aircraft-like. Now they could see that the fuselage segment was broken in more than one place. There were impressions in the sediment that suggested impact scars. Long, shallow gouges where metal had skidded before settling. The fragment that looked like a wing root had an odd angle to it, bent in a way that spoke of violence rather than design. "It is not big enough," Noor said under his breath. "Not quite." He brought up an overlay, letting the system guess dimensions based on the sonar geometry and the known range of the AUV. Measurements appeared on the screen, thin white numerals ticking along the length and curvature of the wreck. 28 meters on the visible fuselage section, he said. Diameter too small for a wide body. And look here, window spacing. He zoomed in until the grayscale resolution strained, then pointed. Along the side of the cylindrical shape, faint regular marks dotted the line. Not all were intact, but enough of them survived to suggest a pattern. Smaller, closer set than the windows on a modern long haul. "It looks older," Lena said slowly, "like something from the 70s, maybe 80s. Malik let out a low whistle that had no humor in it. "So we came all this way to find the wrong ghost first." The software pulled from its internal library, matching the rough dimensions and curvature against known airframe types. A small box appeared in the corner of the screen, cycling through silhouettes. On one, the match percentages climbed higher than the rest. An aircraft model retired decades ago, one that had stopped flying long before the disappearance they were here to investigate. The label sat there, clinical and absurd, a name for a machine that had no business lying in this particular patch of deep ocean. "Any record of a loss like that here?" Hayes asked. "Historic accidents?" Noor shook his head, already checking. "Nearest recorded crash for that type is far north, different ocean. If this is what it appears to be, it is off the books, or lost in a time when record-keeping was not what it is now." On the screens, the wreckage did not care about its paperwork. It lay half buried in the sediment, its once clean lines softened by corrosion and marine growth, but still recognizable as human-made. Some of the straight edges had blurred, fuzzed by life clinging to death. Others remained unnervingly sharp. The ambient sounds of the ship pressed in more distinctly now, every small noise suddenly louder and more significant. Somewhere behind them, a cupboard door banged softly as the hull shifted, then banged again as if not quite closed. In the galley below, cutlery rattled in a drawer with each roll, a cascade of tiny metallic clinks that rose into the floor as a whisper of agitation. In the wall just behind the main monitor, a faint tap began. Not rhythmic in any comforting way. It was arrhythmic, a light, intermittent rapping like a fingernail against metal. Tap, pause, tap, tap, pause. It might have been a loose pipe or a cable knocking against the bulkhead. It might have been nothing. No one mentioned it. "Marker the coordinates," Hayes said. "We log it. Full daughter survey later, if the budget and the suits allow. For now, our priority remains the missing jet." There was a murmur of agreement and frustration blended together. They had come here chasing one tragedy and stumbled over another, older one, layered beneath it. The sea, apparently, did not like to waste a good grave. "We cannot just leave it," Lena said quietly. more an objection to the universe than to the captain. This was people too. "We are not leaving it," Hayes replied. His gaze stayed on the screen. "We are tagging it. We are saying, we see you. We know you are here. But we have orders. Our time, our fuel, our treaty with the people paying for this. They are tied to 239 names from 11 years ago." He nodded at the figure 8 zone on the larger map, just beyond the current sweep. "Our contract is with them. That is where we go." Noor set a digital flag on the anomaly's coordinates. A small icon appeared on the bathymetry map, a pin stuck into the gray sea floor. He labeled it simply, Rec So 1. No assumptions, no model numbers, just a mark that said, "There is a story here." The faint tapping in the wall continued, softer now, as if bored with their attention. In the distance, a drawer in the galley finally slid shut with a firm thud. The cutlery's nervous music cut off mid-rattle. On the main display, AUV-3 completed its high-resolution sweep and began to peel away, its path curving back toward the invisible phantom track. The sonar image of the wrong plane, older, out of place, froze on one of the secondary screens, a snapshot of twisted metal held between screensavers. Layer upon layer, Lena thought. One aircraft, lying broken on the seafloor, unrecorded, forgotten by anyone who would speak its name, somewhere nearby. If their numbers and whispers were right, another wreck waiting, more recent, more famous. Its absence a wound still open on land. The ocean did not care which came first. It stacked them in the same cold dark, one above another, until ships like theirs came with machines and pings and human guilt, trying to sort one tragedy from the next. "Bring us along the figure 8 edge," Hayes said. "Stay alert for anything that looks like it does not belong in a geology textbook." The ship's engines changed pitch, a subtle shift in the background hum as they corrected their drift. On the screens, the planned AUV tracks slid a few degrees, aligning themselves closer with the loops of the phantom path. Behind the screens, beyond the steel, the real ocean surged and settled, indifferent, holding its metal bones in place. By late afternoon, the light outside had faded from gray to something closer to slate, but in the analysis room, the color never changed. Screens glowed the same untrustworthy blue-white they always did, indifferent to time of day. The team clustered around the largest monitor, chairs dragged closer, spare mugs abandoned on any flat surface that would hold them. "All right," Mullick said, dropping into the chair at the controls. "Let us see what our third eye found down there." He keyed up AUV-3's visual set. The first image appeared with a brief flicker. A slice of seabed lit by the vehicle's lights, silt hanging in the beam like dust in a projector. In the center of the frame, the wreckage dominated, its curved hull section and jagged edges now rendered in sharp relief, rather than sonar suggestion. The high-resolution camera had done its job well. Twisted metal ribs stuck out of the sediment like bones from a shallow grave. Half-buried seats lay at strange angles, frames exposed where padding had rotted away, their rows no longer making sense in relation to the fuselage. Here and there, fragments of wiring and tubing floated or coiled, held in place by barnacles and encrusting growth. On one segment of the hull, the remains of an old logo clung to the metal. Paint had peeled and flaked, but enough pigment remained to hint at colors and shapes. A curve that might once have been a stylized wing. Letters whose ghosts still clung to the surface with the stubbornness of old stories. Time and salt had eaten most of it, but the suggestion was there, like a memory you could almost recall. "Look at that," someone murmured. "That should not be here." "Not unless history is worse at keeping records than we thought," Noor said. He stood slightly behind Malik, arms folded tight across his chest, eyes sharper than his voice. Lena sat to the side, elbows on her knees, leaning forward. The room around them felt narrower than usual. The air was busy with sounds. The distant, dull thud of something heavy being dropped or dragged on deck. The quiet rumble of the engines as their pitch shifted for a minor course correction. The faint, high buzz from the overhead speakers as they cycled through low-volume clicks and confirmation tones. None of it was loud, but together it made a thin, vibrating tension. Malik flipped through images, one by one. Each frame showed the wreck from a slightly different angle as AUV-3 had circled, like someone walking slowly around a monument with a camera. Different parts came into focus. Bent spars, a rent in the fuselage where some huge impact had forced metal inward, the soft, collapsed shapes of things that had once been hard. "Metadata looks fine," Malik said distractedly, glancing at a side panel of file properties. "Depth matches, coordinates match." He frowned and stopped moving through the images. "Wait, Noor, check this." Noor leaned in. "What?" "The timestamp." Malik highlighted the field. "That is not today." The date in the corner did not show the current day's numbers. Instead, it displayed a date from 11 years earlier, down to the hour and minute. The same night stamped into every official report as the moment the missing flight had vanished from civilian radar. "Could be an initialization error," Lena said. "Clock on AUV-3 misset to some default value, or corrupted during the dive." "Maybe," Noor said. "Let us see if it is consistent." He pulled up the metadata for the previous and subsequent images, ones that showed only featureless seafloor. Those frames bore the correct date and time. Today's launch, today's pass over this patch of bottom. No anomalies, no temporal confusion. Only the images that contained the wreck. Only the ones with twisted metal and the ghost of an old logo were tagged with the wrong night. "That is, not how bugs usually behave," Noor muttered. "Could be a glitch in the time-stamping routine when the camera detects certain contrast levels," Malik suggested, but it sounded weak, even as he said it. "Or," someone else said from the back, "we are all very tired, and the computer is bored, and this is how it entertains itself." There were a few strained chuckles. The subtle buzz from the speakers seemed to rise a little, a thin halo of sound fraying the edges of everyone's attention. "Run a cross-check," Hayes said. He had come in quietly and now stood near the doorway, hands in his pockets, face unreadable. "Compare with raw vehicle logs. If only the stored image files are stamped like this, we have a data handling issue. If the dive log itself thinks it was somewhere 11 years ago, that is another matter entirely." Noor brought up the AUV's internal log file. Lines of text scrolled by, each entry marked with depth, heading, and time. As they located the segment corresponding to the anomaly, the timestamps there remained correct. The present date, the present hour. The machine had known where it was and when it was, at least in its own internal sense. "It is just the image files," Noor said. "The ones showing the wreck. Everything else in the dive is normal. Only the pictures of the dead plane seem to belong to another night." Lena stared at the main image, letting her eyes rest on the curved hull until the edges started to blur. The camera's lights threw hard shadows, cutting across the rounded metal in alternating bands of brightness and darkness. At one point, along the curve, the pattern of highlight and shadow suggested something else. The faint outline of a window, dark and oval. She zoomed in, the pixels swelling. The resolution began to give way to blockiness, but the sense of a window remained. A recess in the hull, the glass long since gone or obscured. In that darker patch, for a fraction of a second, her brain insisted it saw something reflected. A streak of white against deeper black. The angled tip of a wing that did not match the lines of the wreck she knew they were looking at. "Do you see that?" she asked, more to herself than to anyone else. "See what?" Malik said. "Here." She pointed at the magnified section. Like something overlapping. Another wing, another plane. Malik squinted. Noor leaned closer, his breath clouding slightly on the cool surface of the screen before fading. "I see noise," Noor said finally, "and the limits of resolution." "Yeah," Malik added. "Our brains like patterns. They will put faces in clouds, wings in shadows." Maybe they were right. As Lena blinked, the impression faded. The wingtip dissolved back into a smear of slightly brighter pixels. The window went back to being just a darker oval in corroded metal. Still, the feeling lingered, a sense of two images trying, badly, to occupy the same space. "Let us run through the whole sequence," Hayes said, "from first approach to last pass. See if anything else misbehaves." Malik set the playback to slideshow, faster than humanly comfortable. The frames flipped past at a speed just slow enough that you could catch the broad strokes. Approach, circle, close up, panning along the fuselage, pulling away. The buzz in the speakers thinned into a constant, almost subliminal whine. Outside, heavy footsteps passed overhead, the deck plating transmitting each step as a muted thud. Somewhere forward, a switch was thrown. The engine note shifted, a low rumble changing key. Frame after frame of bent metal and silted shadows flew by. Malik's hand rested lightly on the scrub bar, ready to stop if anyone called out. "Wait!" Lena started, but the moment had already passed. "Did you see that?" "See what?" Malik asked, hand already sliding back along the bar. "Where?" "I do not know," she said. "Go back. About a second ago." He reversed, scrubbing backward. The images flicked past in reverse order. Nothing looked out of place. Wreck, wreck, wreck. He moved forward again, this time more slowly. "Here," Noor said sharply. "Freeze there." Malik stopped. On the screen, in that single frozen frame, the wreck they had been studying was still visible below, its broken fuselage lying in the cone of the AUV's lights. But above it, occupying the upper half of the image where previously there had been only darkness, something else hung. It was a plane, not a fragment, not a ghost cut away from another angle. A full aircraft, modern-looking, its lines clean, its fuselage intact, its wings stretched wide, flaps neutral. It seemed to float in the black water, lit from below by the AUV's lamps, so that its belly was highlighted and its upper surfaces faded into shadow. The design was wrong for the older model they had identified. Wrong era, wrong proportions. Right, however, for something much closer to the missing flight. No one spoke for a long breath. The only sounds were the low engine rumble and the soft, insect-like flitting of fans. "That," Malik said finally, voice rough, "that cannot be real." "It is an overlay artifact," Noor said, but his voice lacked conviction. Some kind of compositing error with the graphics card. A cached frame from another data set. "We do not have another data set," Lena whispered. "We have not loaded any other wreck imagery. This is the first." "Check the file index," Hayes said. His voice was softer than before, as if loudness might break whatever fragile thing held this moment in place. Malik opened the image properties. The file name fit the sequence between the frame of the wreck from the previous second and the next. The resolution matched. Depth and coordinate tags, current date this time, not 11 years ago, were present and normal. But the thumbnail in the file browser showed only the wreck, no hovering jet above it. The buzz in the speakers swelled briefly, a thin pressure behind their ears, then dropped back down. "Step forward 1 frame," Hayes said. Malik advanced the playback. In the next image, the upper half of the frame was empty again. Only the older wreck lay below, the beams of the AUV's lights catching the same angles as before. No intact jet, no hovering shape. "Back 1, Noor said quickly. The previous frame snapped back into view. The intact plane was gone there as well, only the torn fuselage and silt. "Hold," Hayes said. "Where is the frame with both?" Malik scrubbed the bar back and forth, slower now, pulse visible in the vein at his temple. The sequence remained stubbornly ordinary. Twisted metal, sediment, old wreck. The single uncanny image refused to reappear. "Maybe you stopped on a transition glitch," someone whispered. "Something between cached frames, a ghost of video memory." "Still," Lena said quietly, the words feeling heavier than they should. "Something had to be cached for it to glitch like that." Noor pulled up the raw image list, forcing the system to show all stored frames without any slideshow processing. The files marched down the screen in neat rows, each with a timestamp, each with a tiny preview. He scrolled through them once, then again. The small squares all showed the same thing, the older wreck, from slightly different angles. None showed a modern jet floating intact above the seafloor, like a thought that did not belong. "The system insists," Noor said, after a long silence, "that the frame we just saw does not exist. On the main monitor, the last image of the wreck still glowed, its ancient logo barely clinging to corroded metal." Lena looked at it, and for a moment, could almost imagine another shape superimposed over it. A second plane, newer, more familiar, overlapping for just a flicker of time in a place where both of them had no business being. Authorization came in the form of a nod and a sentence that sounded more casual than it felt. "We are not walking away from that box," Captain Hayes said. "Prep the ROV. I want eyes and hands on it before the weather decides what we do." The anomaly site from AUV-3's pass had been marked, coordinates pinned into every relevant display. The older wreck lay there like a question no one had thought to ask. Somewhere inside its tangled metal, something bright had glinted back at the sonar and cameras, a color that did not belong to mud and rust. On the aft deck, the crew moved with a focused urgency. The wind had picked up since morning, but the chop was still manageable. Gray waves thudded against the hull, sending spray up over the rail in bursts that glittered briefly under the floodlights before falling away again. The ROV sat on its launch trolley like a small, squared-off cousin of the AUVs. It had a heavier frame, a caged body bristling with thrusters, cameras, and manipulator arms folded tight against its sides. Thick umbilical cable coiled from its back to the huge spool at the edge of the deck, a lifeline carrying power and data, and the assurance that this machine, at least, was not completely alone when it went down. The heavy spool began to turn with a low, grinding whine as the winch engaged. Steel cable unrolled in slow, deliberate loops, each coil slipping off with a faint metallic shiver. Hydraulic pistons hissed as the launch gantry raised the ROV and swung it out over the unsettled water. The floodlights aimed down, their wide beams slicing pale cones into the early dusk, making the waves look too sharp, like torn paper. "Hold," Malik called. He stood at the deck rail, one hand on the gantry controls, the other gesturing lightly, as if soothing an animal. "Check tether tension. I do not want that line snagging on anything stupid." Deck hands confirmed points, shouted in clipped phrases. The cable hummed against the pulley as the ROV descended until its lower skids kissed the surface. For a heartbeat, it bobbed, a metal insect confused by the sudden change in environment. Then the winch paid out more line, and the machine slipped beneath the waves. For a moment, the floodlights caught its frame underwater, the shape of it distorted by the shifting surface. Then the sea swallowed it. The only things left on the deck were empty air, wet steel, and the steady rotation of the spool. In the ROV control shack, the world narrowed to screens and sounds. The room was dim, the only illumination coming from the monitors arranged in a semicircle around Malik's chair. The largest display showed the forward camera feed, a cone of harsh white light piercing deepening blue, then green, then gray. Smaller screens to the side carried readouts for depth, sonar, and telemetry. The hum of electronics merged with the quiet whir of air conditioning. The cable's faint shiver translated through the deck into a barely noticeable vibration under their feet. "Depth 100 meters, a tech read out. Visibility dropping." On the main screen, the water darkened as the ROV descended. Particles drifted across the beam, thousands of tiny specks moving in slow, lazy curves. It looked almost like snowfall in reverse, flurries rising instead of falling. Marine snow? Lena thought, remembering the term from textbooks. Dead things and dust, falling gently forever into deeper cold. 200, the tech said. 3, 4. Light from the surface disappeared, replaced entirely by the machine's own harsh illumination. Outside the cone of that light, there was nothing. No gradual fading away. Simply white, then gray, then black. Malik's hands rested lightly on the control joysticks, thumbs hovering, ready to make adjustments with the smallest movement. His face had settled into a seriousness that erased the occasional humor he showed on deck. Every twitch of his fingers caused thrusters to fire, tiny adjustments to keep the ROV aligned with the planned descent vector. "Approaching bottom," Noor murmured, watching the depth and the sonar altimeter. "Slower down." Thrusters changed pitch, their soft mechanical whine rising and falling in microscopic corrections. The murky wall in the camera feed brightened at the bottom of the frame, a hint of lighter gray blossoming into view. The seafloor appeared, flat and featureless at first, silt stirred by the ROV's arrival into a gentle storm. Altitude 5 meters, 4, 3, the tech counted, holding. The lights adjusted automatically, dimming slightly to prevent blowout. Sediment swirled and then settled. The bottom here was a fine carpet of mud, only slightly disturbed by long, shallow grooves. "Bring up the wreck," Hayes said. Malik nudged the right-hand joystick. The ROV's spotlight panned. Far ahead, at the edge of the illuminated cone, something larger than scattered rock cut through the haze. The familiar arc of metal emerged, the curved hull section they had seen in sonar, now rendered solid and terrible in live video. In real time, the wreck looked worse. The camera crept closer, the ROV drifting forward in small, careful bursts. The fuselage segment loomed, its skin eaten away in places, ribs exposed. Holes gaped where windows had been, black eyes staring back. Corroded beams crossed each other like broken fingers. It looked less like the remains of a machine and more like a stitched-together graveyard of parts, as if several accidents had collapsed into one. "God," someone whispered behind Lena. "It looks wrong, like it was taken apart and then put back together by someone who did not know what it was for." Lena said nothing. She watched the camera pan across the fractured edge where the wing root jutted, bent at an unnatural angle. Shadows pooled in every cavity. The ROV's light caught on patches of pale growth clinging to the wreck like mold, obscuring lines and making everything fuzzier, older. "Look for orange," Hayes said. "You saw something in the imagery. A box. That paint does not give up easily." Malik nodded, fingers tightening slightly on the joystick. He adjusted the ROV's pitch, sending it closer to the broken area. The manipulator arms hung beneath the frame, dormant for now, jointed fingers folded in. The camera dipped to peer into a crack between two corroded beams where the sonar had shown a density anomaly. The light knifed into the gap, illuminating a narrow canyon of rust and sediment. At first, there was nothing but shadowed metal and clumps of growth. Then, as the ROV shifted its angle, something caught and returned the light in a different way. A flash of color, dull, but unmistakably human. "Hold! Hold!" Noor said sharply. Malik froze the ROV's forward motion, then edged it a little to the side. The camera recentered on the gap. Buried half in silt, wedged between two beams, was a small box-like object. It was encased in a crust of marine growth, jagged barnacles, and a thick rind of mineral deposits. But patches of its original surface still showed through. Under the slime and the thyme, a muted orange glowed, the kind of deep industrial shade designed to be seen against anything. Even the ocean could not completely erase that color. "There you are," Hayes murmured. Flight recorders were built to survive. They were built to be found, even when nothing else had lasted. "See me," their paint said, long after their labels had peeled. "Listen to me," long after every voice that had spoken into them was gone. "Manipulator 2, Malik said. "Ready arms." The ROV's twin manipulators unfolded from beneath its frame with an insect-like grace, jointed segments straightening and rotating. Under the camera, metal fingers tested their range of motion, opening and closing, one, then the other. The umbilical cable trembled faintly as the ROV shifted its weight, the signal of that movement traveling all the way back to the deck and into the subtle vibration under the control shack's floor. "Easy," Noor said. His voice was calm, but there was a tightness to it. Malik inched the ROV closer to the gap. Any sudden thrust risked stirring up the sediment into a blinding cloud, or worse, lodging the vehicle itself amid the wreckage. He approached almost sideways, aligning one manipulator with the orange box. The camera angle left very little margin for error. On the screen, the box looked close enough to touch, but depth was hard to judge in this flattened world of light and shadow. The metal fingers reached in, one brushed against a beam, sending a small puff of silt into the water. The screen flickered with drifting particles, then cleared. Malik adjusted, brought the claw down gently. The tips of the gripper made contact with the encrusted box, scraping away a small patch of growth and revealing a brighter stripe of orange beneath. "Grip," Malik said. The fingers closed. For a heartbeat, the box did not move. It seemed fused to the wreck, fused to the years. Then slowly, it yielded, lifting free of the sediment with a reluctant jerk, trailing a cloud of silt and broken barnacle. The surrounding metal did not shift. Nothing collapsed. The wreck remained where it was, its strange, stitched-together corpse incomplete by one bright organ. "We have it," Noor said, exhaling. "Bring it up," Hayes ordered, "smooth and slow. Treat that cable like it is your own spine." Malik pulled back on the joystick. The ROV reversed, the box held gently in its grasp. The camera stayed fixed on the object as the seafloor receded, slipping down and away. The wreck shrank, its curved hull and broken edges becoming abstract shapes again, then fading into the darkness at the edge of the light. "Altitude 10 meters, 20, the tech recited, beginning ascent. In the control shack, the sound shifted slightly. The faint whine of the ROV's thrusters pitched upward as they fought gravity and the weight of water. On deck, the heavy spool would be turning again now, cable unrolling in reverse, its low steel groan signaling the slow pull from the deep. The image on the screen was oddly intimate. The orange box floating in the center of the frame, cradled in metal fingers, surrounded by blackness and drifting motes. It looked small and fragile, like something that should rattle if you shook it. Something that should contain nothing more than wires and old air. Instead, everyone watching knew it was heavy with other things. Voices, alarms, background hums, the last minutes of a flight whose end no one had truly seen. Hope rose in the room, but not in a straight, clean line. It was sharpened by dread, by the awareness that whatever they pulled from that box would not be gentle. This could be the break the families were begging for, the evidence investigators needed, the story that finally had a shape. It could also be another cruel puzzle piece, data from the wrong plane in the wrong graveyard, or garbled noise that suggested far more than it explained. "Halfway," the tech said, "cable tension steady." Outside, the ship lifted and settled as swells passed beneath. The movement transmitted down the cable to the small machine rising through the cold. Every creak in the hull, every low rumble of the engine, every faint rattle in the walls felt connected now to that bright, stubborn box, climbing toward them from a place where sound normally did not travel, and where silence had lasted for a very long time. The box looked smaller out of the water. It sat in the middle of the stainless steel table in the onboard lab, a dull, scarred rectangle cradled in a framework of padded clamps. Salt crystals flaked off its surface whenever someone brushed too close, scattering like tiny shards of glass. Barnacles clung to one end in a crusted cluster, their shells layered and dead, remnants of something that had made a home on top of something that had once carried other lives. The paint, once a deep industrial orange, had peeled in wide, curling strips. But in the spaces between the damage, the color still burned through. Along one side, half obscured by corrosion, the warning label was faintly legible. Words about recording. "Do not open. Authorized personnel only." The lab itself hummed in quiet counterpoint. Ventilation hissed through overhead vents. A refrigeration unit in the corner cycled on with a soft, rising whine, then clicked off again. The occasional tremor from the ship's hull vibrated up through the floor into the table legs, making the box shiver almost imperceptibly, as if some muscle inside it was trying to remember how to twitch. Dr. Hall bent over the table with the kind of focused patience that comes from years of coaxing reluctant hardware into speaking. She was slight, with gray threaded through her tied-back hair and fine lines around her mouth that suggested more skepticism than smiles. Spread out beside the recorder was a custom interface rig. Cables neatly bundled, connectors labeled with small tags, a laptop running specialized software that most of the crew had never seen before. The air smelled faintly of isopropyl alcohol and warm plastic. "Exterior is as expected," Hall said, mostly for the recording equipment documenting their work. "Heavy marine incrustation, no obvious impact breach to the casing. We will log full physical condition later. For now, priority is data access." She fitted a small adapter into a recessed port on the box, her gloved fingers steady. The connector clicked in place with a sound that was disproportionately loud in the quiet lab. Another cable ran from the adapter to her rig. She checked each connection twice, the subtle scrape of plastic on metal and fabric on steel, marking every movement. "Power ready," she said. "Everyone clear?" Lena stood with her back to the wall, arms folded, eyes fixed on the box. Noor hovered closer to the console, hands in his pockets, pretending a casual interest he did not feel. Malik took up a position near the door, as if he needed a quick exit, though he did not move to use it. Hall flipped a switch. There was a soft hiss, like a breath drawn through teeth, as the interface powered up and current flowed into the recorder. Tiny status lights on the rig blinked to life, green and amber. For an instant, nothing came from the small monitor speaker mounted on the console, but a faint, high electronic whine, the sound of circuitry waking. This was what they all expected to hear. Noise, emptiness, or the harsh, meaningless chaos of corrupted data. Instead, the speaker crackled, coughed once, and then the lab filled with the sound of a cabin. It was subtle at first, more an atmosphere than any specific noise. A low, constant roar in the background that could only be jet engines at cruising power. Over it, the soft weave of human sounds. Murmured voices, the rustle of clothing, the soft thump of feet in an aisle, the clack of something hard against plastic. A seatbelt buckle snapped shut near the microphone, the metallic tongue sliding into its latch with a sound that Lena knew well. Overhead, bins closed one by one, a series of muffled thumps and latches clicking. "Oh," Malik said under his breath. "That is, not dead." Hall's eyes narrowed. She adjusted a control, bringing the levels up slightly without letting the signal clip. "Cabin ambiance," she confirmed. "Passenger compartment. That should not be possible for a box this old. Wrong generation." On the recording, a baby fussed briefly, its thin cry damped by distance and background noise. Someone soothed it with a soft, rhythmic shushing in a language Lena could not quite parse under the engine hum. The sound was heartbreakingly ordinary. It could have been any flight. It could have been every flight. Then a voice broke through, louder and closer, slightly distorted by the limitations of small intercom speakers and a recorder never meant for perfection. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard." The PA announcement began, the airline name blurred by compression, but not enough to be mistaken. It was not the name of a defunct carrier from decades past. It was a modern, familiar brand, the one that had painted its logo on the missing jet 11 years ago. Lena's throat tightened. "Did you hear that?" Noor asked. His hands had come out of his pockets without him noticing, fingers flexing near the edge of the console. "I heard it," Hall said. Her tone had gone flatter. "Mark the time code. Continue." The announcement rolled on, piecewise. "Today's flight to Beijing. Estimated flight time." There was a brief interference crackle, and some words blurred into each other. The cadence, however, was unmistakable. The sing-song neutrality of a trained cabin crew member reading from a familiar script. "This is not correct," Noor said quietly. "This recorder was dredged out of a wreck whose airframe predates this route, predates this livery." "Model mismatch," Hall said. "Very likely a mislabeling in our wreck identification or cross-contamination in the archives. We will examine that later. For now, treat this as if it were from the missing flight until proven otherwise." She might have sounded more convincing if her eyes had not flicked, just once, back toward the box, with something that looked very much like unease. "Scrub ahead," Hayes said. He had come into the lab without fanfare, his presence now a solid shape near the doorway. "See if the recording progresses. Last minutes, if they exist, will not be in the boarding chatter." Hall nodded and touched her controls, dragging the playhead forward by several minutes. On the waveform display, the line jumped ahead. The speaker responded, but not in the way she expected. Instead of resuming some point later in the recording, the sound cut to a heavy, drawn-out dragging noise. It was like tape being pulled too slow across a playback head, a low, underwater groan of sound. Beneath it, the faint suggestion of words stretched beyond recognition. Vowels pulled until they snapped, consonants smearing into a single long scrape. The noise lasted a few seconds, then collapsed abruptly back into the start of the cabin ambiance. Seatbelts, overhead bins, the baby fussing, the boarding announcement beginning again, as if nothing had happened. "Try again," Hayes said. Hall moved the playhead farther along into what should have been the mid-flight period. The waveform leapt forward, the indicator showing a later position. The speaker gave the same response, the guttural, submerged dragging sound, as if the recording were sliding backward through thick liquid, then a hard snap and a return to the beginning. They tried several more times. Every attempt to move ahead yielded the same effect. Jump, drag, rewind, restart. The ordinary busyness of boarding and early flight replayed itself faithfully each time, but nothing beyond that opening period seemed willing or able to surface. "It is like it does not want to leave that moment," Noor said. "Or like that is the only part of the recording that still has structure," Hall countered. "Later segments could be corrupted beyond pattern recognition. The interface may be defaulting to the closest intact block." Her explanation was plausible. It was also thin in the air, like a film stretched over something heavier. In the looped ambiance, another sound began to nudge its way into Lena's attention. It had always been there, in the background, but only now did she pick it out. A soft three-note chime, gentle and neutral. It chimed once near the beginning of the announcement, then again a minute or so later, half masked by the bump of a trolley. The notes were high, but not shrill, spaced evenly. Ding, ding, ding. A standard signal acknowledging a call or summoning crew, depending on the airline's system. It was the same tone she remembered from childhood flights, sitting next to her uncle, as he explained what each sound meant. 3 notes means someone in the cabin pressed the call button. 2 means the crew are talking to each other. 4 means something else. She could not recall the entire code, but the chime pattern had lodged in her memory with the stubbornness of things learned while the world still felt safe. She heard it again in the recording, far back, under the roar and the murmur. Ding, ding, ding. The timing felt wrong. It rang once in a moment where the PA voice did not pause, where no call button should have been pressed. Then again, too close to the first, out of rhythm with ordinary flight operations. "You hear that chime?" Lena asked quietly. "The call tone?" Hall said. "Yes, standard. Background." "It is not standard there," Lena said. "It is in the wrong place. Twice. There is a lot about this that is in the wrong place," Noor muttered. The loop played again. The same roar, the same voices, the same crying baby, the same announcement, the same three-note chime, slightly out of joint. Every time Hall tried to force the recording further along, the dragging sound came, like something being pulled backward across the bottom of a pool, followed by a hard reset to the beginning. The recorder behaved as if it had only one memory left and was unwilling to let go of it. Metal creaked softly in the wall behind Lena's shoulder, a subtle complaint from the hull as the ship adjusted to a change in swell. The refrigeration unit in the corner cycled back on, its hum blending with the engine's distant rumble. The box on the table sat very still, its peeling paint dull under the lab lights, its single faint label warning that it contained information critical to investigation and safety. It had belonged, by every visual cue, to an older plane that should not have known the name of this airline, should not have spoken this route, should not have been able to echo the soft three-note chime from flights Lena had taken years ago. Yet here it was, pulling sounds from one night into another, refusing to move forward, folding the first minutes of a journey over and over on themselves, as if the rest of the story either did not exist or was trapped too deep to ever be pulled out as anything but a slow, drowned drag. The ship always felt larger at night. Most of the doors were shut. Most of the voices had gone quiet. All that was left were the systems that did not sleep. Engines turning somewhere deep below. Pumps cycling. Fans spinning in their housings. In the lab, Lena switched off the overhead fluorescents until only the glow from the console and a lone task lamp remained. The stainless steel surfaces dulled to soft gray. Shadows thickened in the corners, pooling under shelves and around the legs of equipment. The recovered box sat where they had left it, still clamped to the table, its cables snaking across to the interface rig. Salt had dried in a fine white crust on the steel around it. The peeling orange paint looked darker now, almost brown in the half-light. The faint warning label seemed more like a scar than a message. The refrigeration unit in the corner hummed steadily, a small compressor working in cycles. Above her, the air conditioning exhaled through the vents in slow, even breaths. Every now and then, a heavier thump came up through the floor as a wave struck the hull at a slightly different angle. The blows were not violent, just firm reminders that all of this, lab, box, people, was a small island in something much bigger and less concerned. Lena lowered herself into the chair at the console and put on the headphones. The cushion pads sealed over her ears with a soft pressure, closing out the thin, busy sounds of the lab and replacing them with a quieter, more focused hum. The low hiss of the audio interface, the baseline noise floor, before any recording played. She cued the loop and hit play. The cabin ambiance rose around her, intimate and strangely close. Engines, low and steady, like a giant animal breathing. the murmur of dozens of voices layered together until individual words blurred, the scrape of luggage being pushed under a seat, a child fussing, then quieting, overhead compartments closing with dull, padded thumps, the safety demonstration voice beginning its practiced routine, half in one language, half in another, bridging with the sort of phrases she could almost recite along with it. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard." She had heard the loop so many times that afternoon that her mind had begun to anticipate its beats, noticing when a laugh came, when a seatbelt clicked, when the three-note chime sounded slightly out of place. Now, in the dimmed lab, each familiar element felt like a marker, a lantern along a path she knew too well. She waited for the moment where the recording always glitched. The dragging sound came, thick and low, like someone pulling a heavy object across a floor underwater. Then the snap, as the playback returned to the beginning. She listened to the whole loop again and again. On the third or fourth repetition, without really planning to speak, she found herself addressing the box. "What happened to you?" she asked quietly. Her voice was soft enough that it barely registered in her own ears through the headphones, but she saw the input indicator flicker on the console in response. She almost smiled at herself, talking to hardware. Long days and short nights did this to people. The recording continued as before. Boarding murmur, engines, overhead announcement, the three-note chime, slightly wrong. She almost tuned it out, brain sliding along the well-worn groove of expectation. Then after the announcement voice faded, something new slipped in. It was small, higher than the adult voices, not part of the amplified PA. A child's voice, close to the microphone in a way that suggested the recorder had picked it up incidentally, rather than through the intercom system. "In case of a loss of cabin pressure," it said. The line was broken, syllables smeared slightly by the engine noise and the quality of the audio. "Loss of" blurred into one sound. "Cabin pressure" wobbled at the end. But the cadence was right. The phrasing was right. It was the standard beginning of the safety card instructions, recited in the halting pattern of someone repeating words they had learned by rote. Lena's entire body stilled. The hairs on her arms rose as if the temperature in the room had dropped a few degrees. Her uncle used to make a game out of that line. Whenever they flew, he would point at the safety card and ask her to recite parts of it. "In case of a loss of cabin pressure," they would say together, trying not to giggle. He told her that if you could say the words without stumbling, you were already halfway to being less afraid. "In case of a loss of cabin pressure," she whispered now, not meaning to. The loop reached its dragging glitch point, rewound itself with that strange underwater scrape, and restarted. "Did you hear that?" she asked the empty room, as if it might answer. Her hands moved quickly on the controls, dragging the playhead back to just before where the child's voice had appeared. She pressed play. Engines, murmur, seatbelt click, announcement. She leaned forward, breath held, counting heartbeats as the familiar elements scrolled by. The moment came and went. No child's voice this time. Just the three-note chime and the vague shuffle of a drinks trolley. Static hissed faintly in her ears, the ever-present floor under the recording. Her own breath sounded too loud, too fast. She rewound again and played. On the second pass, the child's voice returned, but fainter, as if it were standing farther back from the microphone. "In case, loss, pressure." A few words ghosted through, then dissolved into noise. She looped the same segment several more times. Once, the place where the voice had been was occupied only by a thick, shapeless burst of static, as if someone had poured sand over the track. On another run, the engine noise dipped unexpectedly, and in the valley of that sound she caught something else, a whisper just under the roar. Lena. Her name. It was impossible to be sure. The syllables were soft, swallowed. The L blurred into the surrounding hiss. The na was almost indistinguishable from the trailing consonants of another word. Yet, in the way that brains are quick to recognize their own patterns, she heard it, and once heard, she could not unheard it. She took the headphones off for a moment, heart thudding. The lab came back in, the gentle whir of the hard drive in the console, a tiny spinning sound like a distant insect, the steady sigh of the air conditioning in the ceiling, the low murmur of the ship's engine filtered through walls and water. From the corridor outside, a faint metallic knock sounded, as if something had tapped against the bulkhead. It came once, then again, a little farther along, as if following the line of the wall. No footsteps accompanied it. No voices passed. Lena swallowed and put the headphones back on. The lab sounds dimmed. The cabin loop once again enclosed her. She dragged the waveform display open, stretching the timeline until each second of audio took up a significant width on the screen. The segment where the child's voice had appeared, when it appeared, looked like a small cluster of spikes rising out of the flatter pattern of engine hum. She marked it with a cursor and checked the time code. The software showed both relative time within the recording and absolute time from when the recorder had been active. It also showed, pulled from the recovered data headers, the timestamp that had been embedded when the event was originally recorded. She had seen those absolute times earlier in the day, printed out in the investigators' summaries. The official models had used them to estimate when the final normal transmissions had occurred, when anomalies had begun, when the last coherent data point had been captured before all signals ceased and the plane was presumed to have broken up on or above the ocean. The crash time, as reports and news anchors had called it, had a precise number attached to it. It was seared into the family's memories and into hers, because that was the moment, on paper, when her uncle's name had shifted from missing to lost. She checked the child voice marker against that number. The timestamp associated with this small, fragile cluster of sound did not fall before the official crash time. It did not land in the minutes leading up to it, where panicked voices and urgent alarms might have been expected. It came after, several minutes after the time when, by every model she had ever seen, the plane should have already been in pieces on the seafloor, its flight over, its recorders crushed into silence. She stared at the numbers until they blurred. She double-checked the offset. She confirmed the time zone. She forced the software to recalculate from the raw header data, circumventing any interface that might have been misreading or misreporting. The result did not change. In the empty lab, engines droning in her headphones, three-note chime ringing out of place, a child's voice repeating a line about what to do when the air above you suddenly became too thin. Lena listened to something that, according to every analysis done years ago, should not exist. Something that sounded like a piece of time from after the end, folded back into a loop that refused to play anything but its beginning. By the time the sun should have been setting, the sky had already forgotten it existed. Clouds stacked in heavy layers, dark upon dark, flattening the horizon into a smear of graphite. The wind had a different voice now, no longer the low, steady push of a cooperative sea, but a sharper, restless force that slapped the water into steeper waves. Rain came in horizontal sheets, hissing across the deck, needling into any crack the ship had failed to seal. Infinity Dawn climbed and fell, her bow shouldering into oncoming swells, and then dropping with a shudder that rattled fittings in their housings. Each impact sent a dull boom through the hull, followed by a rolling vibration that moved up through the decks, through steel and flooring and bone. The entire vessel felt less like a stable platform and more like a stubborn animal, bracing itself against something larger. Inside, the corridors smelled of damp metal and recycled air. The usual scent of machine oil and cleaning fluid now had wetness threaded through it, an invisible humidity that clung to clothing and walls. Lights along the passageways flickered occasionally, not power loss, just the momentary jolt of fixtures reacting to a particularly sharp roll. Doors, not fully latched, banged softly in their frames with every sway. A chorus of hollow, irregular knocks that made the narrow spaces feel populated even when empty. The constant shudder of the hull turned walking into a series of negotiations. Feet braced instinctively, shoulders brushed walls. Conversation came in fragments, broken up by the need to grab a handhold or wait out a particularly bad set of waves. In the operations room, the storm outside translated into numbers and noise. The ship's position icon wandered slightly more than before, pushed by wind and current, tugged back by thrusters and anchor calculations. The antenna status panel lit up with fluctuations in signal strength. Wind howled around the mast, and the antennas themselves responded with their own complaints. Cables whipping back and forth sent low, whistling hums down into their mounts, a kind of ghost song that entered the structure and found its way down the ladder of metal. Every so often, a higher-pitched protest rose from the hull, a brief, strained squeal as plates flexed and rivets did the work they were meant to do. It was not the scream of failure, just the strained voice of something holding under load, but it threaded a new tightness into shoulders and jaws all the same. Fuel and time, which had been abstract constraints when the weather was calm, now sat at the table like real guests. The schedule chart, taped to one wall, showed colored blocks representing planned search lanes, AUV windows, rest periods. The edges of those blocks had begun to blur as delays accumulated. Every hour spent riding out bad surface conditions was an hour less spent sweeping the phantom track below. "We are already at the edge of the agreed grid," one of the more senior techs said, jabbing a finger at a display that overlaid their current position with the original contract zones. "If we keep chasing Noor's extra data, we drift outside what the Malaysians signed off on. You know what that means for payment, for cover, for all of us, including the people not on this ship," another remarked. "The ones who signed up believing the search would be done a certain way." They were not wrong. The contract grid was a shape everyone on board knew intimately by now. The white rectangles of official concern stacked along the last satellite arc like pieces of glass. Their new phantom track, drawn from the weak signal anomalies and echoed by the strange behavior of the recorder, pulled their attention slightly sideways, asking them to color just outside the lines. "We are not talking about abandoning the grid," Noor said. The glow from the monitors gave his face a pallor that the storm had nothing to do with. "We are talking about shifting emphasis along the same last arc, The path we have plotted converges here. He circled the figure 8 region with his cursor. Even if you ignore the weirdness in the logs. The weirdness is what is driving this conversation, the tech shot back. We already have one unreported wreck in there, and a box that behaves like a haunted answering machine. You want to tell the committee we burned fuel chasing what a misconfigured interface told us? Lena sat near the map, looking more at the storm-smeared positions than at the faces around her. The ship's motion had put a low, constant ache behind her eyes. Every time they rolled, the ceiling creaked slightly overhead, a joint complaining in an old structure. The sound made the debate feel like it was happening inside something alive. The weak signal anomalies are not misconfiguration, she said carefully. They exist, whether we like what they imply or not. The track they form is consistent with the satellite handshakes and with the idea that whoever was flying that plane was avoiding traffic. The figure 8 is a place where the path lingers. If you had one last place to look. She did not finish the sentence. They all knew the rest. Captain Hayes listened from near the doorway, hands clasped behind his back. The strain showed in the lines at his temples, the way he tightened his grip on the rail whenever the vessel gave a particularly deep lurch. He had to weigh not just the science, but the expectations of people far away, in offices and homes, who saw the mission in different terms, as closure, as justice, as a budget line. We are not just sweeping boxes on a spreadsheet, nor added, quieter now. We are looking for a machine that refused to behave like the model we gave it. We have a data path that does the same thing. Do you really want to ignore the only thing that is misbehaving in a way that makes sense? Outside, the wind hit the superstructure in a heavier gust. The antennas sang, cables whipping in arcs that sent low, throaty hums down through their mounts. The ops room's thin walls vibrated, and a loose panel somewhere overhead rattled like a trapped insect trying to get out. The noise washed over the conversation, momentarily drowning it, then receded as the gust passed. We have an obligation, the cautious tech insisted when the sound dropped. To the contract, to the crew, to make sure we still have fuel to get back. You saw the last report. This storm is not supposed to last, but forecasts are wrong. If we push out there and have to detour around weather, we will cut into our margin. And we have an obligation to them, Lena said, surprising herself with the sharpness in her tone. She nodded at the line of photographs tacked above one of the consoles. Faces of some of the missing, printed from old news articles. A quiet, private memorial some of the crew had assembled. If we go home having scanned open water and ignored the one place our own data keeps pointing to, what exactly are we telling their families? That the fuel budget mattered more than the last bend in the path? Silence followed that, not because she had won the argument, but because the weight of it added something to the already heavy air. The vessel climbed another swell and slammed down. Every fixture shook. Somewhere nearby, a loose tool in a drawer slid and banged against its neighbors with a clatter that sounded like cutlery in the dark. Hayes finally stepped forward, taking a handhold near the main display as the deck shifted under them. "We are not saints," he said. "We are not ghosts chasing other ghosts for free. We are a hired vessel with a finite tank and a clock running, but we are also not machines. We are allowed to interpret the orders we were given in light of the information we have." He looked at the map, at the white contract boxes hugging the arc, at the newer, more uncertain contours of the phantom track cutting across them and beyond. We stay within the last handshake arc, he said. That was the physical basis the contract is built on. Within that, we prioritize the regions where multiple data sources converge. If that means spending more time along the Phantom Path and its figure 8 than in some of the empty rectangles, we will justify it with math and evidence when we send the report. He paused as another gust howled around the mast. The antennas answered with a drawn-out low whistle that seeped into the room like a long, unbroken note. If anyone on land wants to argue with that, he added, voice softer, they can do it from a warm office chair. I will not stand here, on this ship, in this storm, with a recorder on the table upstairs that behaves like time forgot how to be linear, and tell the people who came with me that we played it safe because a contract did not know how to bend. The decision did not erase the fracture. Some shoulders stayed tense, some faces stayed drawn. But the argument shifted from whether to how much. Numbers replaced raised voices. Fuel consumption estimates appeared on side screens. The phantom track and the official grid were forced into a temporary truce, overlaid and shaded, compromise drawn in pixels. Outside, the rain found every surface, every antenna, every railing. Wind wrapped itself around the superstructure, howling through gaps with voices that almost, but not quite, sounded like language. The sea below churned, its surface a mess of white streaks and gray faces. Beneath that, in static and echoes and old wreckage, other storms were still playing themselves out along paths that refused to stay neatly inside boxes humans had drawn years after the fact. The storm made the lab feel like it was breathing. The floor had a slow, persistent tremor, a low-frequency shiver that came up through the steel from the hull's struggle with the waves. The console screens, bolted firmly in place, still seemed to quiver at the edges if you looked at them too long. Somewhere overhead, something loose in the superstructure rattled each time the ship shouldered into a bigger swell. A thin metallic trill like coins shaken in a jar. Noor sat at the main workstation with his shoulders hunched, headphones crooked around his neck instead of on his ears. The glow from the monitors threw pale rectangles across his face, picking out the fatigue in the lines around his eyes. A dozen windows were open, satellite handshake arcs, weak signal anomaly plots, a crude visualization of the AUV wreck images, the recovered box's timeline with its stubborn, looping first minutes. Last run, he murmured. It sounded like a promise to himself more than a declaration. Lena stood behind him, one hand braced on the back of his chair, the other flat on the console to steady herself against the ship's motion. The air in the lab felt denser than usual, weighted by humidity and more intangible things. Questions, suspicions, the sense that they were about to tell themselves a story they might never be able to unhear. "What did you change?" she asked quietly. "Not much," Noor said. "And too much. I folded in the last of the weak signal anomalies along the arc, weighted them by confidence. Then I constrained the path using the visual anomalies from the wreck imagery and the box's behavior." "The box," she repeated, as if the word itself were fragile. "It is still data," Noor said. "Even if it is data we do not yet understand. The loop, the time offsets, the child's voice with a timestamp that disagrees with physics, those are all telling us something about when the recorder thinks it was active, even if we do not like what that implies." Rain hammered the hull just outside, a staccato patter that rose and fell as gusts drove it sideways. The noise seeped in around the edges of the room's insulation, blending with the constant hum of electronics. The occasional deeper thud came as a wave hit the ship just wrong, a palm on a door instead of knuckles, making the lab's fixtures vibrate with a collective brief complaint. "Run it," Lena said. Noor exhaled and hit enter. On the main screen, the map of the Indian Ocean reasserted itself, a familiar field of dark blue. The last satellite arc curved across it, pale and precise. The phantom track now appeared not as a tentative pencil line, but as a bolder path. Segments thickened where multiple data sources agreed, thinned where assumptions had to fill gaps. The figure-8 loops glowed a little brighter than the rest, a knot of motion in an otherwise simple curve. A small plane icon appeared at the last known radar position. The simulation clock started. The icon moved outward along the initial route, matching what everyone already knew. The steady, mundane travel of a flight following its assigned corridor. Then, at the moment when the real plane had vanished from civilian radar, the path diverged, following the ghost data. The route bent. It began to slide between other known flight paths, rather than along them, avoiding the clusters of gray lines that represented normal traffic. "Here is where the standard models say it just turned south and went straight," Noor said. "Ours agrees, at first." The icon headed south, more or less, but always with a slight snake to its motion, never quite committing to a perfect great circle line. It curved around the projected positions of other aircraft and around the expected coverage regions of certain radars marked in faint, translucent shades. The ship rolled sharply to port. The lab floor slanted under their feet for a second, then returned. The motion made the plane icon's sliding path feel less like a graphic and more like a physical thing, as if the map itself were tilting beneath it. Turbulence, Lena's body remembered, even before her mind did. Her stomach gave a small, sour twist. "Approaching the figure-8 region," Noor said. The icon slowed as it reached that patch of ocean where depth numbers plunged and the bathymetry became more complex. The path constricted, then began to loop. Once, in a wide, lazy curve. Then again, tighter, crossing itself. Viewed against the clock, it became clear that the plane was not simply drifting. It was spending time here. It was loitering. "It is not just a glide to fuel exhaustion," Noor said. "The timing does not fit a simple descent. The fuel calculations, the speed estimates from the Doppler offsets, they all say the same thing. They had margin, and they used it to circle." "Circle for what?" Lena asked. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he toggled on another overlay, the positions of all known ships that had been in the area that night, reconstructed from AIS records and shipping logs. Sparse lights in a vast darkness. One cargo vessel here, a distant fishing fleet there, most far from the phantom path. One small icon, though, appeared within the arc of the figure-8 zone. It lay several dozen nautical miles from the plane's speculative loops, moving at a slow, steady pace. Its name popped up when Noor hovered the cursor over it, an unremarkable freighter. "Last known position of the nearest surface vessel," Noor said, "within range where, under clear conditions, someone up there might have seen a light from the bridge, or a reflection on the water." He ran the simulation forward. The plane's icon continued to trace the loops, its movement now clearly overlapping slightly with the projected light cone of the freighter's bridge and deck lighting. The storm outside the lab worsened for a moment. The ship shuddered, and somewhere a door banged in its frame with hard, insistent knocks. "Now watch," Noor said. The simulation clock reached the time the investigators had always estimated as the beginning of the end. The period when, in standard models, the plane entered its final descent or lost its engines. In their new run, something else happened first. The plane icon turned. It did not bank gently into a random heading. It pivoted sharply, altering course just enough to start opening the distance between itself and the projected path of the freighter. The shift was small on the map, but huge in implication. The line on the screen now angled away from the nearest human eyes. Lena's stomach lurched, and this time, she knew it was not the ship. She imagined what that turn would have felt like from inside the cabin. The slight lift under one wing, the way loose objects might shift a little in the overhead bins, the way those sensitive to motion would glance at their drinks and then at the windows for reassurance. She imagined someone on the flight deck looking down through windscreen glass, seeing a pinprick of light on the surface of a black ocean, and then deliberately turning so that light slipped behind them. If they were looking for someone to spot them, she said, her voice thin, that is the wrong direction. The clock ticked forward. The fuel model, based on weight, speed, and those stubborn Doppler shifts, showed reserves dwindling. The path continued on its new heading, away from the freighter's projected line. Only after that did it begin its final, irreversible curve downward, speed and altitude collapsing in tandem. Outside, a particularly strong gust hit the ship broadside. The lab's thin walls vibrated audibly. The overhead fixture made a high, strained sound as its mount flexed. The refrigerated unit clicked off, leaving a momentary vacuum of sound that the storm rushed in to fill. "Bring Hayes," Nor said quietly. Lena left to fetch him, feeling the corridor tilt underfoot as the vessel climbed another swell. Doors banged on their latches. The air smelled of damp steel and a faint, sour note of tired bodies. Wind howled outside the hull like a distant crowd. When she returned with the captain, the simulation was paused at the moment of that sharp turn. The plane icon sat on the map mid-maneuver, its small triangular nose angled just away from the nearest ship symbol, the white line of its path breaking from the loitering loops and heading into emptier blue. Hayes stood very still, one hand braced on the console to compensate for the ship's sway. The storm made the room vibrate faintly under his boots, a gentle but incessant reminder. Up here, in this reality, they were still afloat. "Nor," he said, eyes on the screen. In words a minister could understand. "What are you showing me?" "That the plane did not just run until it ran out," Nor answered. "It spent time circling in this region, either searching for something or avoiding something. And in its final minutes, when it still had a choice of where to point its nose, it turned away from the nearest eyes that could have seen it." Silence settled in the lab like a weight. Rain ticked against something on the outer bulkhead. The distant thrum of the engines seemed to deepen. "We can nitpick parameters," Nor added, softer. "We can argue margins of error. But every time I rerun this with reasonable assumptions, the same behavior emerges. The path bends away from a witness." Lena watched Hayes' jaw work, a muscle ticking. He had read the same reports they had. He knew how much easier it was, in official narrations, to lean on words like disorientation, systems failure, hypoxia. Accidents, even disastrous ones, fit better in the human mind than choices. "If they wanted to be found," he said at last, his voice roughened by more than the storm, "why does every line you draw show them pulling away?" No one answered. There was no safe answer to give. On the screen, the The small icon, representing a machine full of people, sat frozen in its turn, caught forever in the act of choosing a lonelier patch of sky. The storm did not arrive all at once. It built itself in layers, like sound. By late evening, every loose object on the Infinity Dawn had been noticed and either strapped down or cursed at. In the corridors, bungee cords crisscrossed storage racks where boxes had been secured. Chairs in the mess were lashed to tables. Doors that usually sat ajar were dogged shut, their seals pressed tight. The air tasted faintly of rubber from all the new tension on gaskets and straps. Outside, the wind reached a new register. It no longer just shoved at the hull. It tore at the superstructure, howling through gaps and around edges, turning antennas into whistling reeds. Rain hammered the decks in dense sheets. The impact, a constant hiss, layered over the deeper thud of waves. Every few minutes, a larger swell would lift the ship higher than the last, hold her there for a suspended moment, and then let her fall. The impact sent a shudder through her bones that rattled cutlery in drawers and made fluorescent tubes buzz in their fittings. Lena lay in her bunk, one hand braced against the wall, feeling the movement in her teeth. The cabin was a narrow rectangle, bunk stacked over bunk, a slim locker, a small built-in desk with its chair jammed tight underneath. The dim reading light above her head flickered occasionally as the fixture adjusted to the surges. Her ear was against the bulkhead, the metal cool under her skin, and through it, she heard the ship's internal music. Pumps cycling with a low, regular thrum. Ventilation sighing, pausing, sighing again. A distant clatter as something minor, somewhere, failed to be adequately tied down. The storm made everything louder and more intimate. Each sound felt closer than it really was, as if the ship had shrunk around its own noises. She knew, in the rational part of her mind, that it was a bad night for nerves. After the recorder, after the simulation, after watching a representation of her uncle's last journey turn away from help, the ocean outside felt too full of unfinished actions. The vessel climbed another swell. Her body slid a fraction of an inch against the sheet, even with the bunk's retaining lip. When the ship slammed back down, the mattress bounced under her, and a faint metallic rattle traveled through the wall by her head, something in the next compartment shivering in its brackets. Then, under the roar of wind and water, a different sound emerged. Knock. Just one. A single, deep tap that came from somewhere forward. It was not like the random bangs of loose gear or the booming impact of waves. It had a shape like a knuckle on wood, short and precise. Through the metal of the hull, it arrived as a thump in the low frequencies, a gentle punch to the ear that did not match the rhythm of the sea. Lena held her breath, counting heartbeats. The storm continued its racket. The ship rose and fell. The ventilation hummed. Nothing else. She told herself it was a container in the forward hold, shifting and hitting a bulkhead. She told herself it was nothing. Time stretched. Then, knock. This one felt different. It did not seem to come from the bow area. It sounded as if it were more central, somewhere near midships. The vibration through the bunk wall arrived a fraction of a second later than the sound, a small, firm tremor. She pushed herself up on one elbow and glanced at the cabin door, as if expecting someone to be standing on the other side. It was closed, locked against the storm. No shadow moved beneath it. Her heart beat faster. She counted again, lips moving silently in the dark. 1, 2, 3, knock. The third impact came closer. Not outside where waves hit the hull, but somewhere in the structure near her cabin. The bulkhead by her head quivered lightly, as if something had tapped it from the far side. Her reading light flickered in that exact moment, dimming, brightening, dimming again before settling. The air conditioning vent above her stuttered, its steady exhale catching once like a breath taken too sharply, then resumed. The timing was close enough to coincidence to be dismissed. It was also close enough not to be. Outside the cabin, down the corridor, a door banged in its frame as the ship rolled. But beneath that, she heard it again. Farther aft now. Knock. Later, she would say there were 7 of them. 7 knocks, spaced out just far enough apart to let doubt regrow between them. Each one seemed to travel the length of the ship, like someone walking along the hull and tapping as they went. People in different sections, some half asleep, some lying awake, listening, would later describe the same thing. A knock that was nearest to their own compartment at least once, close enough to feel like a private message. In the lab upstairs, while she lay in her bunk, the recovered box sat on its stainless steel table, its cables still connected to the interface rig. The lab lights had been turned off, leaving only the glow from standby LEDs and the faint spill from the corridor. When the 4th knock came, this one somewhere aft, somewhere beneath, the box responded. A high, thin squeal burst from the small console speaker, too sharp to be feedback from any volume they had left it on. It rose quickly, like a whistle pressed past comfort, then cut off abruptly, leaving only a faint, residual ringing in the air. The interface's status lights flickered in a sequence that did not match any normal diagnostic routine, then returned to their usual steady blink. In the operations room, most of the monitors had been set to low-power mode. One, however, woke up on its own at the 5th knock. The screen blinked from black to map view, a washed-out rendering of the Indian Ocean, appearing for just a few seconds. On it, 7 small icons marking the satellite handshakes along the last arc pulsed, one after another, in time with something the room could not hear. First the earliest handshake, then the next, each lighting up with a soft halo and then fading. By the time the 7th pulsed, the screen had already begun to dim again, the power saver reclaiming it. When someone later checked, the monitor's logs showed no input event registered at that time. Down in the electric spaces, a breaker panel clicked once without tripping. In the galley, a single hanging mug swung lightly on its hook, clinking against its neighbor at the 6th knock, even though no one had walked past. The storm went on around all of it, indifferent, huge. In her bunk, Lena pressed her palm flat against the wall. The 7th knock came softer than the rest, a gentle tap, as if delivered with less strength or from greater distance. It did not feel localized in the same way. It seemed to travel along the length of the bulkhead, a faint ripple that brushed past her hand and then was gone. After that, only the storm remained. No more distinct impacts. No more rhythm that did not belong to wind or waves. Sleep, when it came for anyone, was thin and unsettled. In the morning, the world above the water had smoothed out. The storm had moved on, leaving behind a sky scrubbed into a pale, washed-out blue. The sea was still restless, but the waves were shorter, their crests no longer tearing themselves into spray. The ship's motion eased into a more bearable roll. Below deck, in the places where machines remembered more faithfully than people, the night had left its marks. Noor pulled the automated logs for the weak signal interface first, almost out of habit. The maintenance window for the global database had closed hours earlier, But last night, during the height of the storm, they had not been running any new retrievals. Still, the log files showed entries, 7 of them. "Incoming signal records," he read out, frowning. "Unsolicited, no outbound request logged." Each entry was time-stamped with the ship's local time and an associated coordinate tag. All 7 had come while the storm was at its loudest, while people lay awake listening to things that might have been metal or might have been their own pulse. "That matches the knocks," Malik said slowly, looking at the timestamps. "Roughly." "Not roughly," Noor replied. He brought up the audio date overlay from the recorder analysis, then the satellite handshake timeline from 11 years earlier. Each log entry contained not just the time it had been received aboard the Infinity Dawn, but an embedded source timestamp from the originating database. Those embedded times did not belong to last night. "1," Noor said, highlighting the first. The original timestamp matched the moment of the first satellite handshake from the missing flight after it vanished from radar. 2. The second log entry's source time aligned with the next handshake. They stepped through them, one after another. 7 logs, 7 embedded times. Each one stamped not with their current date, not with the storm-tossed night they had just endured, but with the precise moments when, on a different night, in a different sky, a plane had whispered its presence to a satellite 7 times before going silent. On the ship, 7 knocks had walked the length of the hull. In the data, 7 ghost signals had arrived uninvited, as if some duct in the world had briefly connected 2 nights, 11 years, and thousands of meters apart. The storm left the sea looking like something had breathed hard on it and then fallen silent. By mid-morning, the horizon was visible again, a pale ring where flat gray water met washed-out sky. Swells still rolled in long, slow trains, lifting the Infinity Dawn and setting her down with a weary regularity, but the violence had gone out of them. The air smelled sharper now, scrubbed by wind and salt. On deck, slick patches of rainwater dried in patches, leaving behind salt streaks on railings and footprints in dust. Inside, the ship felt tired. People moved more slowly, voices quieter, as if the night had aged everyone a little. Coffee was stronger than usual in the mess. Laughter, when it appeared, was brief and brittle. The 7 knocks had become a quiet rumor already, whispered in corners and corridors. Some dismissed them as shared nerves. Others did not dismiss them at all. In the operations room, Noor and Lena stood in front of the main screen, their own fatigue masked by the intensity of the map they had built. The last satellite arc curved across the display like a pale scar. Along it, the phantom track traced its uneasy line, thickening where weak signal anomalies agreed with the handshakes, thinning where inference carried the load. The figure 8 loops glowed, still unsettling. Around that knot, tiny icons marked their AUV survey coverage, the passes where sonar had swept the bottom. Overlaid on all of this, in a different color, were the coordinates of the 7 ghost signals from the previous night, the unsolicited entries in the database that had arrived with the knocks. Each had been plotted where, by their embedded timestamps and the satellite geometry, the plane might have been when those original handshakes occurred. The markers did not sit exactly on the phantom track. They clustered around it, like moths around a crooked flame. There was a point where 3 things came closest: the extrapolated path, the center of the figure 8, and the densest cluster of ghost signal coordinates. It lay a little beyond the outer edge of the white contract grid boxes, in water slightly deeper and more featureless than their official allotment. Not far in physical terms. A few more hours of steaming, a few more passes with AUVs. But in other terms, it was across a line. That is it, Noor said. His finger rested on that intersection point. If we were not being paid to draw inside someone else's rectangles, this is where we would already be. Lena did not argue. The decision had formed in her quietly over the course of the morning, like bruising under skin. The coincidence of knocks and ghost signals, the recorder's loop that refused to obey time, the simulation showing a final turn away from witnesses. It all converged here, in a patch of coordinates that meant nothing to the ocean and everything to her. It feels like we are circling, she said, like we are doing what the plane did, staying where it is safe to be seen. Noor gave a humorless smile. Except our safety is denominated in fuel and legal cover instead of radar. They called Hayes. He arrived with a tablet in hand, its screen dim but buzzing occasionally with the faint beep of incoming messages delayed by satellite lag. The sound was small, but everyone noticed it now, every time. Headquarters was awake, far away, in dry offices where weather was something you watched through glass. "What is new?" he asked. Noor and Lena took him through it again. Not because he was slow, but because the story kept rewriting itself as new pieces slipped in. The 7 ghost signals. The way their implied positions curved around the phantom track and tied into the last handshake arc. The fact that the intersection point was just outside the officially sanctioned search area. Hayes listened without interrupting, eyes flicking between the main display and the notes on his tablet. As Noor spoke, another email arrived. The device chimed softly, a polite reminder. He silenced it with a thumb, without looking at the subject line. "Let me be clear," he said, when they were done. "You are asking me to steer this ship off the grid our contract is built around, into water that is technically out of bounds. You are basing that on anomalies in a weak signal database, a misbehaving recorder pulled from the wrong wreck, and a statistical path that suggests the pilot spent his last minutes avoiding being seen." "When you say it like that," Malik muttered from the back of the room, "it sounds crazy." "Does not make it wrong," Noor said quietly. A distant clank came from somewhere low in the hull, the sound of anchor chains shifting slightly in their housings as the ship rode another long swell. It was not loud, but the weight of it carried up through the deck and into their shoes. Lena felt it in her shins. "We have a responsibility to the contract," Hayes went on, "to the company, to every person on this ship whose wages and families depend on us not getting sued into the Stone Age because we chose to freelance." He paced a short line in front of the consoles, one hand on the rail for balance. The ship moved under him with the slow, tired rhythm of a thing that had been shaken all night and was only now settling. Another email pinged on the tablet. The sound was thin, trivial. In the silence that followed Hayes's words, it sounded absurdly loud. "And we have a responsibility to what you just showed me," he said. "To the idea that we might be, for the first time in 11 years, standing on top of the place where everything finally stopped talking." On one of the secondary shelves, the recovered box responded to nothing visible. Its small internal drive, idle for hours, spun up with a faint, rhythmic buzz that everyone in the room felt more than heard. The status lights on the interface flickered once, then steadied. It sounded to Lena like a cough from someone who had heard its own name. "Did you power that up?" Hayes asked, turning his head. "No," Noor said. "It is just checking in. They all watched the intersection point on the map. It sat there, a set of numbers and a small crosshair, surrounded by a sea of indifferent blue pixels. Beyond it, more ocean, more depth contours. Below it, if all their ghosts were telling anything like the truth, something that had once been whole and was now something else entirely. If we stay inside the grid, Lena said, and we come up empty, we will write a report saying we did what was asked. We will say we swept the assigned area as efficiently as any human team with our tools could. We will say the wreck might still be beyond reach. She swallowed. The hum of the box's drive thrummed in her bones. If we go there, she went on, nodding at the crosshair, and we still come up empty, we can at least tell them we followed every lead, even the ones that made us uncomfortable. If we do not go, and years from now someone else finds something there, what do you tell the families? That the line on a contract was more important than the line in the data? Hayes stopped pacing. The ship rolled, and for a second he seemed to sway with it like part of the structure. The anchor chains clanked again, deeper this time. Somewhere overhead, a loose plate rattled and then stilled. He looked down at his tablet. Another email had arrived. The subject line flashed briefly. A few words from headquarters referencing schedules, budgets, and risk tolerance. He turned the screen off and placed the device face down on the console, as if closing a lid on a voice. You know what happens if we push beyond, he said. We burn more fuel than they planned for. We stay longer on scene. We lose a day or two of fallback. There is a version of this story where we get back with nothing to show but a set of interesting anomalies and a lot of receipts, and they decide we deviated from protocol. There is another version, Noor said, where there is something down there that only we are close enough to touch, right now, this week. And if we do not lean that way, it will stay a set of missing coordinates forever. The recovered box's drive whirred down, the buzz fading into silence. The room seemed to inhale with it. Outside, a swell lifted the ship and then let it down gently, the first motion all day that felt almost kind. Hayes closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his expression had changed in small, hard-to-name ways. Some tension had gone from his jaw and settled deeper behind his eyes instead. We are going, he said. He did not raise his voice. The words were simple, almost conversational. In the ops room, they landed like a dropped weight. He leaned toward the navigation console. Alter course to these coordinates, he told the officer on duty, reading off the intersection point. Bring us to the edge of the grid, then keep going. Slow turn. I do not want it looking like a panic maneuver if anyone upstairs is watching our track in real time. Aye, Captain, came the reply. Moments later, the engines changed pitch. It was a subtle shift, a low note sliding into a slightly different key, but everyone felt it. The vibration underfoot altered, the regular tremor taking on a new pattern as the propellers bit into the water at a different angle. On the ship's navigation display, the heading indicator began a slow, deliberate swing. The tiny arrow that represented their bow crept away from the safe, white rectangles of officially blessed ocean toward a small crosshair that carried no such approval. The Infinity Dawn creaked as she turned, the sound of metal remembering different stresses. It was not the groan of protest exactly, more the long, low exhale of something old turning toward a place it had once run from, understanding that this time There would be no clean excuse to stop short. The second descent felt different, even before they left the surface. On deck, the air was calmer, but charged, as if the ship had carried some of the storm's tension into the quieter weather. The sea at the new coordinates looked deceptively ordinary. Long swell, muted gray, under a thin veil of cloud. No visible marker said, "Here." No seam in the water, no vortex. Just an empty patch of ocean with a set of numbers attached. The ROV sat in its cradle, umbilical cable coiled behind it like a dormant nerve. Malik ran through the checks with a focus that stripped his voice of jokes. Thrusters, green. Cameras, green. Manipulators, stowed and responsive. Tether tension system, nominal. "Ready," he said. The spool began to unwind with its familiar low metal whine. Cable paid out in heavy loops, sliding off the drum and into the guide pulleys. The launch gantry swung the ROV outward, out over the dull, heaving skin of the water. Floodlights beat down, turning spray into glittering dust. 3, 2, 1, someone called, out of habit more than necessity. The ROV kissed the surface and then slipped under, its yellow frame distorted for a moment by the moving waves before disappearing completely. The cable jerked once as buoyancy passed and gravity took over, then settled into a steady, subtle vibration. In the control shack, the world narrowed to screens again. The forward camera showed the descent as a slow, falling tunnel of light. Water swallowed brightness quickly. The blue-gray murk deepened, particles multiplying until they formed a constant drifting snowstorm. "Depth 100 meters, the tech said. 2, 3. Lena watched the numbers climb. The first descent to the older wreck had felt deep. This one went farther. The water outside the beam darkened from greenish to pure charcoal. The ROV's spotlight became the only thing that existed, a moving cone of harsh white in a field of nothing. 4,000, someone murmured, almost reverent. 4, 3, 4, 5. The pressure down there was a number their bodies had no real sense for. Steel knew it, though. Composite housings did. Electronics understood it in the way their tolerances tightened. The hull of the Infinity Dawn creaked faintly above as she held position, subtle sounds finding their way down into the shack, reminders that the ship was just another hollow object between sky and abyss. Approaching bottom, the tech said. Altitude 15, 10, slowing. The cone of light brightened at the lower edge of the frame. The seafloor emerged, a flat expanse of fine sediment that billowed when the ROV's thrusters nudged the water. For a moment, it looked unremarkable, just another underwater plane. Then the camera tilted, and something else came into view. At first, it read as geometry rather than object. A line too straight for geology, a curve too precise. Then the ROV moved closer, and the shapes resolved. Fuselage, torn, but unmistakable. The white curve of the airline logo still clung stubbornly to one side, its paint dulled and streaked, but still legible in broad strokes. The windows along that section were shattered, black empty sockets behind crazed outlines where glass had been. Metal skin was peeled back in places, exposing the ribs beneath like bones under torn flesh. "That is it," Noor said softly. "It has to be." This was not the older plane heartbreakingly out of place in the wrong grave. This was newer, larger, wrong in a different way. Wrong because it matched the silhouette burned into a decade of news footage and family nightmares. Yet even here, it did not lie alone. Around it, through it, under it, another forest had grown. Not of trees, but of metal and residue. Black, branching structures rose from the seafloor like a petrified thicket. Thin ribs of mineral-encrusted metal arched up and out, some straight, some curved, fractal in their splitting. Tangles of cable jutted from the muck. Strands twisted into snarled clumps that reached toward the ROV's light like dead vines. Shattered antenna fragments stuck out at odd angles, their once clean lines softened by corrosion until they looked like organic stalks. It was as if every signal the plane had ever thrown into the sky had frozen and sunk and taken form. A forest of radio waves turned solid. The broken fuselage was not just lying amid this growth. It was woven into it. Sections of hull had been pierced by the black branches and held aloft, suspended slightly above the sediment. Other parts sagged between the structures, draped like torn cloth. In some places, wires from the plane and wires from the seafloor thicket had fused into a single tangled mass, impossible to separate visually. "This is not just a crash site," Malik said, his voice tight. "It is something else. Some kind of metal reef. Human scrap accumulates," Noor said, but he sounded unconvinced, even as he reached for explanation. "Currents drag things. They tangle." The ROV drifted closer, its thrusters whispering in the deep. The camera panned across the wreck, past a section where the paint still showed enough letters to confirm the airline's name, past rows of broken windows. When it reached the torn cockpit area, Lena felt her scalp prickle. The forward section of the plane was crumpled, nose smashed, and rolled to one side. The cockpit windows were shattered, jagged triangles of glass still clinging to their frames here and there. Blackness yawned behind them. As the ROV's light swept past, something in that darkness seemed to drink the illumination rather than reflect it. The empty opening looked, for a second, less like a hole and more like a mouth. In the control shack, Lena heard a sound behind her through the steady hiss of the audio feed, a soft inhalation right at her back. Not the ship, not the air conditioning, which breathed from above. A single human-sized breath drawn in, close enough that she almost felt the air on her neck. She turned sharply. There was no one there. The doorway was empty. The room held only the people she could see in front of her, all of whom were focused on the screens. "Did you?" she started. "Yeah," Malik said quietly, not looking away from the monitor. "Thought I heard someone too." Up on the ship, far from the control shack, the oddness radiated in other ways. In cabins where off-shift crew were trying to rest, phones left on bunks and shelves, powered on but with no active apps, no media playing, suddenly emitted faint, tinny sounds. Not alarms, not ringtones. For a few seconds at a time, snatches of speech crackled through. "Final call for flight. Please proceed to gate." The fragments sounded like airport announcements, half swallowed by static. Phrases that would have been generic if they were not arriving from devices no one had told to speak. One sleeping technician stirred and frowned, her dreams shifting. In her mind, she was in a cabin again, stowing a bag overhead. The creak and clack of bin latches closing echoed more loudly than they should have, reverberating against the inside of her skull. Somewhere under that, a baby cried, then fell silent. She woke with the distinct sense that the dream's sound had been piped in from somewhere else. The interference did not trip any alarms. The ship's main comms stayed steady, satellite link solid. Only in the edges, phones, headset speakers left plugged in, but idle, a PA amp with its volume turned all the way down. Did the odd, thin noises slip through? In the shack, the ROV's camera continued its slow survey. It panned along the length of the fuselage, showing where the wings had been torn from their roots, their broken stumps now wrapped in the black metal thicket. One wing fragment lay at an angle, half buried in sediment, its engine cowling twisted and open like a peeled fruit. Bits of insulation hung in tatters from the brakes, waving slightly in unseen currents. The forest, Lena murmured before she could stop herself. It did look like a forest, a drowned metallic grove grown up around and through the plain. Each blackened arch and branch seemed to reach not randomly, but in patterns, as if all the wreckage's aerials and wires had tried one last time to send something upward and had frozen mid-gesture. The ROV's light cast hard shadows from them, turning the spaces between into narrow corridors of darkness. Are those actual antenna fragments? Noor asked, leaning in. Or just junk that looks like them? Both, Malik said. He pointed at a cluster near the lower right of the feed. That is definitely one of ours, or theirs. That is an array. The rest could be dragged metal. Or, who knows? The deeper they looked, the more the boundary between natural and unnatural blurred. Some of the black structures were clearly the frames of old sonar arrays, twisted and fused with cables. Others might have been the exposed rebar of broken equipment housings, grown over with mineral deposits until they resembled coral. Together, they formed a lattice that held the missing jet in place like a fly in a web. The awe came first, a raw, breath-stealing astonishment at finally seeing the thing the whole world had spent years not seeing. The logo, the shattered windows, the unmistakable curve of the fuselage. These were proof, at last, that the plane had not vanished into some speculative elsewhere. It had ended here, in cold water, in a silence that machines were only now breaking. Horror followed close behind, not just at the violence of the impact or the finality of twisted metal, but at the way the wreck seemed to have been claimed by something larger. The forest of signal and steel was not malevolent in any obvious way. It did not move. It did not glow. But it gave the grave a shape that felt uncomfortably intentional, as if every attempt the plane had made to speak, every handshake, every ping, every whispered anomaly, had sunk here with it and solidified into a static sculpture no one was meant to read. On the screens, the ROV's beam swept past the torn cockpit again. The shattered windows stared back. For a moment, as the light angle shifted, it seemed as if something inside those dark openings shifted in reply. Not movement, exactly, but a change in how the blackness took the light. As if whatever this forest of metal and memory was, it was paying attention. The second box came up colder. It had sat near the torn cockpit, half buried in sediment with shards of glass and tangled wiring for company. When the ROV's manipulator closed around it, the casing had shed flakes of silt and a thin cloud of what might once have been paint. Unlike the first recorder, this one showed less surface damage. Its outer shell was dented, scarred, but not cracked. The stamped labels were still readable. The metal looked less like bone and more like armor. Back in the lab, it rested on the stainless steel table like a heart laid out for surgery. The orange was darker, dulled by years underwater. Barnacles clung in smaller clusters near the edges. The "Do Not Open" warning glared up at them with more authority than the first box had managed. Dr. Hall moved around it with the controlled economy of someone who knew exactly which mistakes could not be afforded. The custom interface lay ready beside it, cables and adapters waiting. The overhead lights were on this time. Nobody wanted shadows tonight. Even so, the room felt tuned to a lower register, the air heavier around the table. "This is the cockpit voice recorder," Hall said, for the camera logging the procedure. "Primary unit. Separate channel architecture from the first box. If anything survived intact, it will be here." Outside the lab, the Infinity Dawn hovered above the coordinates, like a moth over a dark flame. Thrusters adjusted continuously to keep her over the wreck site, their low, muscular vibrations running up through the hull. A faint, constant tremor lived in the floor. In some spaces, coffee and cups showed it as tiny ripples. In others, screws and panels ticked softly against their housings. Hall connected the new recorder to her rig. Another satisfying click as the adapter slid into its port. More cables snaked across the table, connecting past and present. She checked grounding, checked power, checked that the recovered unit's protective circuits would not simply die under the shock of reawakening. "Ready?" she asked. Noor, Lena, and Malik stood just inside the doorway, as if crossing farther into the room would commit them to something they could not undo. Hayes, called down from the bridge, leaned against a side console, hand gripping the edge hard enough to whiten the knuckles. "Do it," Hayes said. Hall applied power. For a moment, nothing happened. The interface lights came up, steady and unremarkable. The console's hard drive gave a soft whir as it spun to life. A line of text scrolled across the laptop screen as the software probed the recorder's memory. There were gaps, corrupted blocks, segments the program flagged in red as partial or unrecoverable. But there was also green. "Data present," Hall said. "Significant portion. Corruption in patches. We might be able to reconstruct sequences." She routed the first accessible segment to the speaker. The lab filled with noise. Not chaos. Structured sound. A burst of cockpit atmosphere landed in their ears like a door opening onto another room. Engine roar. Higher pitched here, filtered through the insulation of a flight deck. Instrument fans whirring. The faint rattle of something loose in a panel. Over it, the clear clinical tones of alarms. A triple chime. The sharp, synthetic ding of an autopilot disconnect. Another chime, different cadence, followed by the long, sustained tone of a caution alert. Somewhere beneath, a human voice saying something in a calm, professional cadence, but mangled into nonsense by playback speed and damage. Hall froze the segment, marked it, and moved forward in the file. The next fragment began abruptly. No alarms, only voices. Two men, breath audible between words, speaking in low, controlled tones. The language was a mix of English and their own. Lena caught phrases in one, terms in the other. The stress lay beneath the control, in slightly too long pauses, and the way one of them drew in air through his nose before answering. "We are out of standard comms," one said. The sentence came in pieces, words separated by static scars. "Transponders, off. We stay dark." Another fragment, the autopilot disconnect tone again, this time overlapping with something in the lab. A real-time engine adjustment above them. The ship's power distribution changing pitch as the thrusters compensated for a cross-current. For a second, tones from two different machines, in two different years, hummed in an eerie unison. They stepped through the file like this. Damaged blocks of sound, out of order, played, tagged, and moved on. No timeline yet, just puzzle pieces. In one segment, cabin noise bled faintly into the cockpit mic. Distant voices, the clink of service carts, a baby's thin cry briefly cutting through the hum. A 3-note chime rang, the same pattern Lena had heard in the first box, but here it came from closer, more clearly linked to cockpit action. "Seatbelts on," a voice said. Calm, practiced. "We may have turbulence." At that exact moment, someone out on deck, bracing against a wind gust, slammed a hatch. The impact carried down through the ship's structure, a hollow clang that arrived on the edge of the recording with an uncanny synchronicity, as if the soundscapes of the two vehicles had decided to rhyme. "Out of order," Hall muttered. "These segments are not linear, memory fragmentation. We will need to reconstruct sequence from time codes and context." She pulled up a second window, showing the raw header data. Timestamps appeared in a list, some missing, some duplicated. The final minutes of the flight were there, but jumbled. Seconds from different moments butting up against each other like pages torn from a book and shuffled. They worked methodically. Hall read encoded times, nor cross-referenced them with the last known satellite handshake times and fuel models. Lena listened for continuity in the background. Changes in engine pitch, shifts in alarm cadence, the presence or absence of certain chimes. Malik tracked systems behavior, when autopilot tones occurred, when manual control seemed to take over. Piece by piece, a story slid tentatively into place. Early on, they heard the ordinary. Routine checklist chatter, weather brief mention, a faint joke that survived only as rhythm, the words lost to noise. Then a change in the tone of an instrument, a small alert, acknowledged and cleared. Then another. Somewhere along that sliding scale, a decision was made. "We are losing standard comms," the captain's voice said in one fragment. "Transponders, off. We make it quiet." Another voice, perhaps the first officer, replied with a question they could not fully recover. The answer came through clearer in a later, better-preserved block. "If they cannot see us," the captain said, "they cannot interfere." System tones dropped out over the next few segments. One by one, audible cues of systems being disengaged, powered down, silenced. The identical ding of a squawk code change, the quiet beep of a control input mismatch. Then those sounds too vanished. In their place, more air, more breath. They heard a fragment of breathing alone. Two sets, one closer to the mic, one farther. The closer breathing was steady, but shallow, as if someone were deliberately controlling it. The farther one hitched once, then steadied. "Visual on? Water," a voice said in another piece. The word visual survived almost intact. "Lights. Bearing 07. They cross-referenced that with the simulation. It matched. Those few seconds of cockpit speech aligned with the moment the model showed the plane circling in its figure 8. The nearest cargo ship, a distant spark on the ocean. In a later fragment, they got the turn. "Turning away," the captain said. The phrase was whole, rounding out of the static with a clarity that put goosebumps on Lena's arms. "We do not go near them." The alarms had gone by then. No shouting, no prayer, no scream. Just the controlled, flattened cadence of someone committed to an awful logic. There were pauses between words, where the ocean's hum and the plane's mechanical breathing seemed louder than the human element. In those gaps, The lab's own ambient sounds leaked into Lena's awareness. The steady purr of the air conditioner in the ceiling, the occasional creak of the ship's hull, the soft scratch of Dr. Hall's pen on paper as she noted times. Between two fragments, there was a brief crosstalk, voices overlapping as the timeline jumped. It took them a moment to realize that one of those voices was not from the cockpit at all. It was from the lab speaker, delayed, echoing something they had just heard. Past and present had slipped around each other for a second, making it sound like two pilots speaking across years. In the segment, Hall finally identified as one of the last coherent moments. The noises had thinned. No cabin babble, no extra alarms, just engines, airflow, and two people. "Nobody sees this," the captain said. The words were soft, almost conversational, but there was a strain in his throat that even corruption could not blur. "Nobody sees us." The line landed in the lab like a weight. Lena understood then, with a clarity that turned her stomach cold, that the disappearance had not been simple misfortune. The vanishing act had been, at least in part, intentional. Someone had worked to erase their own witness, to go dark on radar, to slip between traffic, to turn away from the one ship that might have later said, "Yes, we saw a plane that night." And yet, for all that effort, the world had not completely let them go. The ocean had kept the sounds. The satellite had kept the handshakes. Weak signals had written themselves into hobbyist logs. Ghost records had drifted into databases where, years later, a ship full of insomniacs and engineers could stumble across them. "The last block," Hall said quietly. "We have a partial header match. It should be impact adjacent. Cannot guarantee integrity." No one told her not to play it. She isolated the final second and sent it to the speaker. They expected chaos, a sudden spike of noise, a bang, a crunch, a scream, some auditory punctuation mark to match the neat line investigators had drawn on graphs years ago where flight ended and wreckage began. What came instead was a long, drawn-out creak. It sounded like metal under slow, uneven stress. Not the sharp snap of failure, but the groaning bend of something yielding in increments. The tone rose slightly, fell, rose again. It could have been the fuselage twisting as it met water, or the frame reacting to pressure at depth. It could equally have been a hull somewhere else flexing under load. As the creak faded, another sound slid in underneath it, a single, quiet intake of breath. It was close to the mic, intimate, more like there was someone standing right next to the recorder than someone strapped into a cockpit seat. It lasted less than half a second, the start of an inhale cut short. In the lab, everyone's lungs locked for a heartbeat. The hair on Lena's arms lifted. Hall froze the playback and replayed the last second. The creak came again. The breath followed. She zoomed in on the waveform. The metadata for that final sliver populated on her screen. The encoded timestamp did not match the crash night. It matched their present. The file header showed a time from minutes ago, synchronous with the moment she had hit play. The recorder, in that instant, had not been reading a sealed block from 11 years earlier. It had been recording from the open mic in the lab, folding the live creak of the Infinity Dawn's own hull and someone's involuntary breath into the tail end of an ancient story. For 1 second, the gap between then and now had closed. The box that kept talking had taken what it heard in the ship and stitched it onto the end of a flight that had never wanted witnesses, as if the ocean, finally, was insisting that somebody had heard them after all. Somewhere in the city, far from any ocean, a different room is listening. It is small and familiar, a bedroom that has earned the dents in its carpet and the faint outlines on its walls where pictures used to hang. Night has settled outside the window, and the glass reflects more of the room than it lets in of the street. A thin strip of light from a distant street lamp reaches across the sill and lands on a glass of water beside the bed, cutting a pale line through the clear surface. The main light is off. What remains is soft, the warm halo of a lamp turned low, or the pale bluish rectangle of a phone or TV screen resting on a chair, its brightness dimmed out of habit. On that screen, a progress bar inches along beneath a title. The volume turned just low enough that the story becomes more of a presence than an intrusion. Outside, the world still moves, even if you barely hear it. Cars pass at intervals, their tires whispering over asphalt, the sound rising and falling like a muted version of surf. Somewhere farther away, a siren wails for a few seconds and then fades, leaving behind a patch of deeper quiet. The city breathes through its own systems, distant compressors kicking in, elevator cables humming in some other building, the dull clunk of a dumpster lid closing in an alley. Inside the room, the sounds are smaller. A refrigerator, even in another part of the home, sends a low, steady hum through the walls. A bass note you only notice when it briefly clicks off. The faint tick of a clock measures out seconds with patient, indifferent precision. Air moves through vents with a soft whoosh, the breath of an air conditioner cycling itself on and off, carrying the faint smell of dust warmed by electronics. The walls have their own vocabulary. As the temperature falls, plaster contracts and wood adjusts, making tiny popping sounds like knuckles being flexed far away. Somewhere inside the building, pipes knock once, twice, as hot water moves and then stills. The bed knows the shape of the body that lies on it. The mattress holds that outline, springs murmuring as weight shifts. In the background, from the phone or TV, the story plays. The sea, the ship, the long search for something the world pretended to forget. The narrator's voice threads through the room like another quiet system, another hum in the mix. It speaks of satellite arcs and ghost signals, of boxes that would not stop talking, of wreckage wrapped in a forest of metal. The story has its own soundscape, engines, alarms, distant chimes. But right now, it shares space with the room's small noises. A line about the hull of a ship, listening to waves, overlaps with the small rattle of the vent above the door. A mention of a 3-note cabin chime arrives just as the refrigerator's compressor clicks on with a soft, decisive note. The two worlds, the one at the bottom of the ocean and the one just beyond your bedsheets, begin to lie on top of each other, half transparent. The narrator invites attention gently. Listen, it suggests, without raising its voice. Not to the ocean, not to the wreck, but to this room. There is the hum of electricity flowing through wires in the walls, feeding outlets and chargers. The faint, insect-like buzz that some devices make when they are plugged in, but apparently asleep. The subtle rustle of fabric whenever you move. Even the slightest adjustment of a hand under a blanket. Somewhere in another room, perhaps, a pet shifts in its sleep, claws tapping once on a hard floor before settling again. A neighbor's television laughs thinly through a wall. Water runs briefly in a pipe, then stops. Somewhere, the narrator says, A ship's hull hears the sea the way your walls hear the night. On the infinity dawn, steel plates absorb the impacts and size of the water, passing those vibrations along to bunks and railings, to the soles of boots, and to the bones of people who lay awake and tried to decide whether the sound they just heard was just the ocean or something else. The hull was not alive, but it remembered in its own way. Creaks stored in metal fatigue, faint dents in paint where dock lines had tugged, stress written into welds. In this room, your walls do something similar. They collect years of small actions, nail holes from old frames, faint outlines where posters used to be, smudges from fingers, finding light switches in the dark. They carry the echoes of arguments and jokes, of late-night phone calls and early morning alarms. Most of those nights felt insignificant at the time, just another stretch of hours to be slept through. The memory is there anyway, in layers only you could peel back. Somewhere, the narrator continues, black boxes record every cough and whisper in a cabin, just as your memory silently records all the nights you thought did not matter. On a plane, the recorders do not care whether they are capturing something heroic or something pointless. They take in everything, the routine checklists, the bored small talk, the quiet sighs, the cough someone tried to hide. When something catastrophic happens, investigators spool back through thousands of seconds of absolute ordinariness before they reach the part the world is interested in. The horror, when it comes, is usually brief. It is surrounded by long stretches of people, just living inside their own habits. Your memory works in a similar pattern. Most of what it keeps is the ordinary. The way the lamp throws light against the opposite wall, the phantom warmth of a device in your hand, the texture of your favorite blanket. The nights that stand out are often framed by dozens of others that trail off into vagueness, even though you occupied those hours just as fully. The story you are hearing is about a specific horror, a plane that did not fall by chance, a search that had to listen to ghosts and data to find what human systems failed to catch in time. But the narrator lets the horror soften into something more introspective. The real haunting, it suggests, is not a pilot's ghost pacing a flooded cockpit or a cursed plane still flying on some invisible route. It pauses long enough for the refrigerator to click off, for the room to deepen its quiet. It is the idea that acts of desperation can erase hundreds of lives from the sky, it says gently. And the only witnesses left are data and the ocean itself. There is something chilling in that thought, but it is not sharp. It is a slow, heavy kind of unease. The universe does not guarantee that every terrible thing will be seen and understood. Sometimes, it leaves only traces. Packets of information stored in forgotten logs, bent signals, fragments of tape that have to be coaxed into speaking. In your room, the horror becomes a question of attention. How many nights pass where the systems around you, the clock, the fridge, the soft whir of a hard drive, the faint glow of a standby light, are the only witnesses to your thoughts as you lie awake? How many choices, good and bad, occur with no audience but your own memory? The story does not ask you to fear your walls or your devices or the dark. It does not ask you to imagine something reaching out from the wreck to touch the lamp beside your bed. It asks for something quieter, an awareness that listening is an act, and that somewhere, always, the world is recording itself in ways no one will fully decode. Outside, a car passes, its tires whispering over the road. Inside, the clock ticks. The air conditioner sighs. The phone, or TV, continues its soft monologue about satellites and handshakes, about ships turning off course, about a box that, for one instant, captured 2 times at once. The room holds all of these sounds together without comment, the way the sea holds wreckage and nothing at all in the same indifferent embrace. Somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, the story begins to fold itself closed. The room is almost the same as when it started. The lamp still throws its soft circle of light across the nightstand. The glass of water still catches a thin ribbon of reflected street lamp, a pale stripe on the surface that trembles slightly each time a truck goes by outside. The phone or TV still glows faintly, the progress bar creeping toward its end. Only you are different now. Your breathing has slowed. The blankets have settled into the familiar shape of your body. Your eyes may be open, half open, or already drifting, but some part of your mind is still following the voice that has led you from airports to satellites, to storms, to a forest of metal at the bottom of the world. The narrator's tone softens further, sliding into something just above a whisper. Maybe later tonight, it says, after this story ends, your house will creak once in the dark. You can imagine it easily, a single sound, somewhere in the quiet, a board shifting as the temperature drops, a nail easing itself infinitesimally in old wood, a soft, solitary protest from the structure that holds your sleep. Maybe the pipes will knock 3 times behind the wall, the voice continues, a little more insistent than you are used to. Tap, tap, tap. The room around you seems to lean in. The radiator, if you have one, hisses. Somewhere inside the walls, water moves. The suggestion alone is enough to make your ears wait for the sound, to feel for it under the hum of electronics and the distant sigh of traffic. Maybe your phone will buzz with an unknown number, the narrator says, calm and almost amused, and go silent before you reach it. You can picture the screen brightening briefly on the nightstand or across the room, vibrating once, twice, a random sequence of digits, no name attached. By the time your hand finds it, the call is gone, leaving only a notification that offers no explanation. The story does not pretend that your mind will not make connections. You have just spent a long time listening to knocks that walked a ship, to handshakes between a plane and a satellite, to signals that arrived years late and yet perfectly on time. It is natural, the voice acknowledges quietly, that some part of you will link those sounds to what you have heard, to wrecks and handshakes and lost jets, to boxes that refuse to stop listening. There is a small pause, long enough for you to notice the low, steady noise of your own space again, the refrigerator hum, the tick of the clock, the faint whoosh of air in the vent, your own breathing, a gentle in and out. Then the voice offers something else. You do not have to answer, it says. You do not have to go anywhere. Those sounds can just be your building breathing, your plumbing settling, your world remembering that you are here. The pipes knock because water cools and contracts. The boards creak because wood moves with temperature. The phone buzzes because somewhere in the labyrinth of networks that lace the planet, a wrong number found its way to you for a heartbeat and then was gone. You are allowed to let them all be ordinary, even if your mind decorates them with ghostly context for a moment. The dead from that flight, the narrator goes on, steady and gentle, are not waiting to drag anyone down. They are already as far down as it is possible to go. Thousands of meters of seawater press over twisted metal and empty seats. Whatever was loud and desperate in those last minutes has long since become something else. Pressure, silt, slow chemical change. No hand can reach up from there to knock on your wall. No voice can climb through pipes to call your name. What remains, the voice says, is a pattern of signals that forced the world to look again, to admit that it had looked away. There is a horror in that admission, but it is not the kind that leaves teeth marks. It is the horror of realizing how easy it was for so long to let a mystery become a background noise. Another headline in a stream. Another question filed under unsolved and left there because solutions were uncomfortable. When the wreck surfaced in data and images, it did more than answer technical questions. It held up a mirror to everyone who had grown used to the idea that 239 people could simply vanish into blue and stay there. Maybe, the narrator suggests softly, the ocean did not give up the wreck for our curiosity at all. You can almost feel the weight of that water, even lying in your bed. Maybe it gave it up for the families, the voice continues, so that their waiting could shift at last into mourning. There is a difference between staring at a horizon and imagining all possible endings, and staring at a specific coordinate on a map, knowing with cold certainty that this is where someone you loved stopped moving. Neither is easy. One carries the horror of not knowing. The other carries the quieter, heavier horror of finally knowing too much. Yet the second allows rituals that the first cannot. Funerals that feel less like pretend. Anniversaries marked with a date that corresponds to something other than a disappearance. The story does not promise that any of this is fair. It does not claim that finding the wreck redeems what happened, or that there is a neat moral folded inside the cockpit recordings. It offers, instead, small recognitions. Every time a plane disappears into the clouds, the narrator murmurs, and then lands safely, that is a kind of small miracle. You think about this for a second, perhaps. How many flights slip in and out of the sky every day, invisible to everyone who is not watching the radar? Each one a thin metal capsule full of lives and voices and ordinary thoughts. They leave the ground. They cross emptiness. They come back. Most of the time, no one outside the people on board ever knows or cares that they existed. Every time you lie down in your own bed, the voice adds, and wake up in the same place, that is a quiet landing too. The mattress holds your shape. The room holds your things in the same positions. The glass of water still waits on the nightstand, perhaps a little flatter at the surface. You traverse 8 hours of darkness, of dreams or blankness, and arrive in the morning where you meant to be. No one announces it over a PA. No one applauds. It is ordinary, which is exactly what makes it precious. The story draws its last image carefully. The listener, you, has drifted close to sleep. Limbs heavy, thoughts slower, attention half on the voice and half on some other private landscape. The phone screen has dimmed. Outside, a car door closes somewhere, a dull thump softened by distance. Inside the walls, a pipe ticks as it cools. One of these sounds, or both, or neither, reaches the edge of your awareness and nudges it. You do not sit up. You do not hold your breath long this time. You register the noise, file it under house being a house, and let it pass. The narrator's voice lowers one last time. almost level with your own breath. If the world ever knocks again, it says, asking you to remember those who did not land, you can answer without getting up. Another soft pause. You answer just by remembering. The story does not say whether the last sound you hear before sleep fully takes you is only your home settling, or some echo from a ship's hull far away, or your own heart slowing down. It leaves that uncertain on purpose. In the space of that ambiguity, fear could grow if it wanted to. Tonight, it does not. Tonight, what remains is a calm awareness that lives are fragile, that ending a journey safely is never guaranteed, and that choosing to hold in mind those who did not make it is its own kind of signal. A gentle, final handshake back